Whew. Right, I should be back. I think I'm back. Unfortunately, it means starting a new YouTube stream, which is kind of annoying. Sorry, guys, I don't know what happened there. I had everything just paused. The game paused. I had no cursor. Control Alt Delete didn't work. I couldn't bring anything up, and I was still trying to talk to you, but everything was frozen on my second monitor. OBS had frozen as well. Everything had just paused. Nothing was going at all. And then it kind of came back, and I closed OBS down. But then when I went to restart my PC just to kind of start again, I had a Windows update, and then I looked in NVIDIA, and I had an NVIDIA driver update. So I've had to do those. But anyway, I'm on the latest drivers. I'm done whatever the Windows. It may have been the Windows update. It was just sitting in the background. It may have caused it to pause. It shouldn't do because my PC won't update until I tell it to. But I feel like that's probably what happened. I don't know. Anyway, I'm back. I've got to get back in the server. It's annoying because there was another player. We heard more shots. It was kind of a cool moment, and we had a bit of a shitter there. But hopefully, we can get back in. My plan was to get myself bandaged up, get my mag loaded, and then go back and overwatch the body. But I think it's going to be a bit late for that now. The last shot we heard was indoors. It sounded like somebody would be inside the bunker itself. It is annoying. I really hate the way it works with YouTube. It makes sense because each one is like a separate video with YouTube. But when you're on Twitch, if your stream goes down for 30 seconds, it just starts on the same stream, the same VOD, the same day, you know. Whereas with YouTube, it always starts a second one, and it's kind of annoying. Cheers for the support, MP Collectible. Yeah, I'm a dirty combat logger. JK Larry, thank you. Spanky, thank you as well. What happened? My PC just completely froze. So I've done a couple of updates. Now I'm back. Right. That was quite a good kill, actually, you know. That was a pretty decent kill. So, I'm yellow. Is there anything that... Yeah, I can fix that. I think we ought to fix that. Can't fix the jacket. It's ruined. That sucks. Every time I wear this jacket, it gets ruined. Yeah, it is annoying because like there was a lot of people watching on YouTube, obviously, and now I've got to start from scratch, and you have to gradually build it all up again, and that it can basically mean that your views never get back to where they were before. But it is what it is. Sometimes these things happen. I've no idea what happened. Most of my OBS went completely bright white. It just completely froze. OBS just went haywire. Actually get to a spot where I can see the body. I would really like to be white with a gap, to be honest.
TRMZ left, TRMZ left, TRMZ left, TRMZ left.
Cheers for the support, Rick. Thank you very much.
Hi,
there was a shot from indoors.
Just aided me on a week-old stream of you on Deer Isle. You shot me with a crossbow, if you can remember. Keep running.
I can't remember, Ash, but dude, GG, sorry about that. Thank you for the support, man. There's definitely another player, so I think we're just going to try and wait for a little while. Right, how am I going to do this? Cheers, Ash, Rick, Rescue 5 Wood, thank you. Rescue 5 Wood, maybe, I don't know, but thank you. There was definitely someone else, and there was a shot that echoed. Like it was somebody in there. There may still be somebody in there. He might just be hiding in there for now. My plan for now is just to wait. I've got the mine at the body. If they were together, then with any luck, the mine at the body will fuck up whoever. Like his mate will go and get his gear at some point and explode him. Every time so far I've worn this long jacket, this has happened. I feel like the shots we heard were only likely to be trying to kill the Zeds. I think they were someone shooting Zeds. I don't think it was anything else. Nice job. We're going to have some problems with temperature in a minute. I might have to loot here in the barrack next door just to see if I can get a jacket of some sort. The jacket on the dead body was ruined. What do you mean YouTube turned to shit again, Don? The whole stream crashed on both platforms. I don't think it's bad anymore. Ditka, dude, thank you for the 25 months. Ashby, thank you. I don't think the crash saved my ice slider, Mike. There's no way the dude knew where I was. He was up here. He shot a zombie from inside a building. It echoed. There's no way he knew where I'd gone. If I was still in there and he pushed, you can climb off on the shelves. I think if I was in there and got pushed, I'd be doing very, very well. You can get in a really good defensive position. Actually, no. But yeah, I think having the crash was worse than not having the crash personally. I could have bandaged up, made sure my gun was loaded, gone and overwatched the body and possibly seen the guy from up the hill, whereas now I've lost all info that I had. I do think he's probably still in the generator room just camping. I think that's almost certainly what's going on. Fucking hell, that zombie had a torch on it. It shit me up a little bit. No jacket. Bollocks. Use my gas grenade. Yeah, I think I might. Yeah. This is kind of risky. Is that just a bit high? No, it's definitely working. Fucking bollocks. I really needed to be shot back to yellow health like a fucking hole in the head. Sorry, not shot. Hit by zombies back to yellow health. Well, it doesn't look like he's in there. Friend could have been in the bunker. Well, no, we heard the shot. It was somewhere towards the generator or around there, and it was indoors. So he was in the generator room or the shed behind it. But that was before I had the crash, unfortunately. So what's happened since then, it's kind of hard to know. I'm going to wait until I get white health. Unless that guy can go prone and stay in there, I don't think he's in there, and I don't think that's what's happened, so... Did my system go down? Everything paused, one man, so the game completely froze. OBS froze, like the little microphone, like the little audio things that move up and down when I talk or whatever, that completely froze. Everything froze, everything, all the processes on my PC froze. And I pressed Control-Alt-Delete to bring up Task Manager, and that didn't work for a while. It just froze, and then it came back after about 20 seconds. And I closed everything down, and then I had a Windows update and a NVIDIA graphics card update, and so I've done those. NVIDIA driver update, I've done those, and hopefully we don't get any more pauses. And we know there's somebody else, but maybe we could just go over here for a minute. I don't know what the view's like from over there. I'm going to have a look though. I don't think I'll be able to see too well, but I might just come into this factory building over there and just wait for a little minute. I genuinely believe whoever fired, maybe they've just ran away, but I think they're going to come back for their buddy's loot at some point, or they're going to come back looking for me if they're not already around looking for me. I just want to get myself somewhere where I can hide away. This might be the spot, and then see if I can just overwatch for a while. They're going to have similar issues to me. I only just got a fire with 3+ symbols, so they're unlikely to... They're probably going to need to make a fire before I do. Oh, that is a good find. Holy shit. Hopefully this dude hasn't had the same idea as me. How come I'm hanging onto the goggles? Because they do work. They make, like, if you look at the sun glare there, they make a difference. I just need the space in my inventrix, really, but if you look at the sun glare, the goggles really work. Look what it's just done to the sun glare. It's made them kind of disappear. So I would like to be able to switch between, but so far I've managed to not give myself an opportunity to do that. It's not the best Overwatch, but it ain't the worst. Fucking hell, that corner is a bit annoying. It's not an experimental edition, Colin. That's been in the game for ages. That's in the bunker. That's someone baiting in the bunker, I think. I have got NVGs though. They may not have NVGs. Oh, I definitely hear the mine if someone triggers it, yeah. I like to try and do the... Because I've got NVGs. Maybe they've got NVGs. But if they haven't, I have a big advantage. I don't know for definite that was in the bunker, but it certainly sounded like it was that way, so... I don't know. It could be a bigger group. There might have been somebody in the generator room. There might have been... it might have been two doing the room. Who knows? Like, one's in the bunker, one was just going to go and do the switches. The guy we killed was with them, or it was another one. I don't know. But either which way, I feel like those shots in the bunker just then were bait. And even though I think they're bait, I'm still thinking about going because I've got the NVGs and I'd quite like to see if I can utilise that. That could be kind of fun. I'm not sure which way I want to go in. I don't think I want to go in the... the single corridor way, the new entrance from the top. I think that's the worst way to go in. If you know somebody's in there, I feel like it's the worst place, the worst way to go. There's wolves. Gonna end up having to kill those wolves. That dead player. Dead zombie. They're going to be that way. I think they're still in here. I think they're going to be down there. They may already have done it. There's other dead Zeds. Looks like there's light there, just on the corner of that door. Where the fuck is that coming from? Yeah, I can't use the M79 in here. It would definitely kill me. Oops. It's not what I meant to do. God, we've got that bug. Fee, fi, fo, fum. Somebody died there. Ruined. Which means it should have despawned unless somebody's still nearby it. That looks light in there, doesn't it? Yeah. He survived that, I think. Surely he's dead. Took the thing off. Fuck has he gone? Oh, he's dead. I got him with one of the grenades. Look, he's in there. I did get him. I didn't hear him fall. Excellent work. That's cool. Right, what's this one? Oh, that's one of those. We better swap that with that so it can't explode. This guy likes his teddy bears, doesn't he? Holy fuck! This dude's got a hard-on for bears. Got a yellow key as well. I actually would quite like quite a lot of stuff off of this dude. I think we're going to take an EpiPen. I did have the Sakhal map. I thought I'd thrown it away. Like an idiot. He's got 2 rangefinders, so he can rangefind in stereo. like? What's his jacket like? Oh, badly. I think I'll keep mine. Oh my word, this guy's got a lot of stuff. This one's geared. There is an M16 somewhere as well. I'm pretty sure it is. I saw it. Yeah, there it is. M16 with a suppressor. I'm going to leave that. I'm having a good run with the AK. Right, what can I realistically drop? I could probably drop some of those. I'm going to drop the tactical goggles. These have to go in the vest, otherwise they can explode. Not so worried about that because I can take it off and run. Right. They are safe in the teddy, but I just don't need it. There was another teddy with 2 suppressors in it, which I would quite like. I think it must be one of those teddies. Yeah, nothing needs fixing. I fixed the suppressor just before, so yeah, I don't need to fix it. I have a funny feeling the very first grenade killed that guy, but obviously I couldn't tell, so... worn. That one's still pristine. There's a shitload of stuff here, look, as well. Wolf steak. Ugh. My collating tablets are damaged. That sucks. Right, there we go. I don't really need any more than that. I've got plenty. I've got way more bullets than I need, and I'm happy with that. I've got 3 mags. I don't want anything else. Don't want the M16. Don't need his Tundra. Just check the condition of his vest if I can find him. I think I'm going to take his vest. Actually, I'll just do that. My vest is worn, his vest is pristine. So yeah, there we go. There may be another one around the other body. I could make another suppressor, but I think I've got 2 in there. I've got 1 on the gun. I can't really be spooked. I think we're going to go. That's pretty good. So we're definitely into 10 kills now on this life. 10 kills, and whilst not always has it been beneficial, all of these guys can be doing this kind of shit, you know, like... And I'm clearing and using grenades or whatever else and not using third person, and so far so good. I knew he had to be in here though, because that ruined vest hadn't despawned. I'm guessing that dude's been in here a while. Yeah, my guy's been on Connors nearly as often as the amount of kills I've had, isn't he? The recording on this is going to be made by Finn from Stream Footage. Jamie, I was talking to Finn about it briefly. Well, I messaged him last night. He's because it's over 3 streams. I haven't got much time before I'm going away, so I'm going to send it. Sorry, he's going to do it from Stream Footage. I feel like that might have been the partner. Yeah. Well, it looks colourful out here, doesn't it? Holy shit, that was cool. Considering the crash halfway through, that turned out okay. Right, Crispy Ninja, dude, thank you for the very long resub. Cheers for the 54 months. Flatline, thank you for the new membership. It says new. If it's a resub, apologies, remember. But it's telling me on there it's new. Thank you very, very much. Jingle Bell, thank you for the Prime MP. Leon, thank you as well. Chopper Dan, thank you. Ditka, cheers very much too. Yeah, guys, don't forget, if you're on YouTube, the stream went down, which kind of fucks up things a little bit, so don't forget to hit the like button on the stream. Even if you liked before, right? It will just help maybe the stream appear in the algorithm a touch, which is good. How many kills today? 2 here, maybe 2 or 3 before, 4 or 5, 4 maybe, I don't know. I wonder if there's still someone potentially camping the bunker, the generator room.
Good job with Hill.
Oh. Chill Mandolin, dude, thank you. Cheers for the support, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. That was good. That was really cool. Like, just methodically checking each room and trying to work out where they were. Obviously, it... Like I said before I went in, there's a good chance they won't have NVGs, so that can... It's normally, if I feel like I'm being baited in a scenario like that, it's not smart, but I've got NVGs, might as well do it. And it worked, it was good. Do you need a spark plug for the generator room? You need a glow plug for in there. Yeah, glow plug, not a spark plug, but I do have one. I don't know what I've done with it though. Maybe I dropped it? I think, no, it's in here. It's in the cooking pot. I'm going to go down this way and just see if I can try and get any fights down on the end of the peninsula for now. It was cool you shot out the light. It was. It's a shame it was already too late. The guy was already dead, but I just couldn't hear him fall because I had to pull back quite a long way to get away from where the grenade was. Somebody on the stream may have heard them because I keep my audio quite low. I didn't hear the fall. Elite, to be honest, I make a bit of a joke out of it with regards to the likes. You know, I talk about it sometimes, but I kind of make a joke out of it. I did, like earlier, I set a little silly mini goal, but it's just kind of stupid stuff, really. I actually, honestly, like I've said before, I don't really know if likes actually make a huge difference. I think it does. I think on a stream, if more people... If I'd have been a tiny bit closer, I may have pushed that and tried to hold him up. He's only got an SSG. He looked absolutely stacked gear-wise, but it's only an SSG. He's got some other stuff. Oh, he's got a lot of the grenades, hasn't he? This is a wolf state, same as the other guy. This might be part of the same group, you know. It might be. Maybe not, but because he's got wolf stake, just that small chance. I should probably get away from the body, to be honest. I was thinking about using the M79, but it just felt like it was going to cause me too much grief. Like, I'd completely fuck it up and kill myself, or not kill him, or whatever. It seemed like a risk, so I didn't do it. It would have been fun to use the M79 there, I think. This dude really does tidy his inventrix. Holy shit. Makarov. Right, I think that'll have to do. I don't think there's much else I really need. I wouldn't mind the beans. I can eat the beans as well. I might as well just take those and eat them. I feel like I'd like to carry more grenades, but I've got plenty for the M79. I think we'll just better go with that. I'm not going to be doing any base raiding. I can't be arsed. I haven't seen a single base on this server. Experimental all got wiped on this patch. Might as well use up the weapon cleaning kits. Don't want them to rot. I don't think I've got anything that needs repairing, dude. No, I've got nothing that needs repairing weapon-wise. They're all in good condition. Right. That was kind of cool. I don't know what I was saying then. I was just waxing lyrical about something. Likes, I think. And then I saw the silhouette of a man. Scaramouche, Scaramouche. SV98 him in the back. Oh. Right, let's carry on with our original plan. This way. You essentially killed him for no loot. Well, I got some food. I upgraded my grenades. You don't know what you're going to get until you kill him. He looked fully geared, didn't he? You know, but I think there's a small chance he was with the one in the bunker. Based only on the wolf meat, and he seemed pretty geared. But whatever, you know, like you say, it's a military base. You don't know what you're going to get until you kill him, really, do you? And then you have a look and see if there's any loot to shufty. I did also do, don't forget, the very critical, I dropped a box of damaged Mosin rounds and took his better conditioned box of Mosin rounds. You know, that could be mission critical later. You never know. I don't have many Mosin rounds. I'm quite low. I might need those. I think the thing that's coolest about this, though, is that I'm running around on in first person. I know I've talked about it already, but to have a good run playing first person on a third person server, I think is pretty cool. I've done it plenty of times in the past, but it's been a little while. My biggest problem with it is that I just play my own game. I play regular first person, so I don't play, even in the bunker where I know he's got third person, I don't play on the assumption that he can see around corners. Which I should do, but I can't change my tactics because I'm a first person player, so I just play like it's first person and that's it. I can't change things based on the fact that the dude might just be around the corner seeing exactly what I'm doing. So like throwing those grenades were dangerous because if he can third person in an efficient way, he'll see me standing there with no gun in my hand, you know, and then I'm dead. Round condition doesn't make any difference in the gun anymore, Shorting. A damaged or a badly damaged bullet used to cause jamming, but it doesn't anymore. They changed it, because bullets can spawn badly damaged, and say you found 2 Mosin bullets and they're badly damaged, and they're the only bullets you've got, so you fix them with a weapon cleaning kit, that's half of the cleaning kit you've used. And then 5 minutes later you find 2 more Mosin bullets badly damaged, and you fix them with a cleaning kit. You've just used your entire weapon cleaning kit to fix 4 bullets. So they stopped bullets condition affecting jams because they wanted the condition of things to spawn in a random state, you know. So I think it's fair enough if you find a Mosin and it needs fixing, then you use your cleaning kit, then you've got a really good gun, you know. But having to fix odds and sods bullets one at a time was a bit sort of not worth it. Like, so the only issue with damaged bullets basically is that were you to get shot or hit by zombies or whatever, they're slightly more likely to get ruined, you know. You could have pristine bullets and you could get hit by a zombie and they might go down to worn. But if you had badly damaged bullets, they'd go down to ruined and you've not got them anymore. You can eat wolf meat, Auntie, but you need to take vitamins. You just take a vitamin and then you eat the meat and then carry on eating vitamins until you've stopped digesting it, you know. So you can do it, and even if that doesn't work and it happens to make you sick, then the vitamins will also be the cure as well. So when you're on this island, there's not so much here. You can't hunt reindeer and stuff. They're quite rare. So you basically, if you kill wolves, you eat the wolves, you know, take the vitamins, eat the wolves, that's the thing. One thing you can do, say you kill 3 wolves, you could just take the 3 pieces of fat and you can eat those. You don't need to do anything to eat the fat. Same with bears as well. If you kill a bear, you can eat the bear fat, if nothing else. Yeah, you can't hunt moose here, but yeah, reindeer as well with me. Do you think that's 15 kills? I think it's a bit less than that, but I don't know. We just killed 3 there actually. I was only counting 2. Oh no, 2. It was 2. One by the generator, and then the one inside. It was only 2. Sorry. 2 there. I don't know. Well, we've got a few kills though. It's been pretty good. Cheers MP dude, thank you. I think it might be 13, 12, something like that, but I don't know. Pinkster knows it's 14 kills. Pinkster's clipped all of those kills, so she's going to be right. Oh, we did kill 3, obviously. I just shot that poor guy in the back, didn't I? The one by the generator, the one inside the bunker, and then the one that went past me and didn't see me. Some poor bastard's going to stand on that mine. The player that I left the mine on is going to despawn, and somebody else is going to trip that mine just randomly and absolutely shit their pants. I tell you what is cool. The guy in the bunker will have heard my fee fi fo fum nonsense, so that will have been nice too. I bet he enjoyed that. Fee fi fo fum. How did you avoid the wolves near the bunker? There's something wrong with the bunker at the moment. The AI is getting stuck on the top. The zombies get stuck on the top. I think the wolves were stuck there too. So if you get zombies on the very tippity top there, they don't move. They're stuck. What? Every one of them hit. Okay, that was bad. It's okay though, because I've got loads of kills. It doesn't matter. Don't really matter, does it? Don't really matter. They were good shots, T2. Don't you worry. I actually thought the one as it was coming over the wall, I thought I'd hit that. I really did. Obviously, I thought wrong. Oh, that's no good. We're missing a bullet out of the AK. I don't really need to loot anything, but I do want to just put the extra bullet in here. I don't really need to loot. I wouldn't mind a slightly better jacket than the one we have now. So maybe I could have a quick squiz for a jacket. Quick look. I'd like to get back to a best insulation jacket rather than only high. I think that dude will have been looting around for a long one. The one I just shot running up the coast. I think he'll have been looting for fucking ages, I'd have thought. The amount of grenades he'd got, I think he put quite a lot of time in, let's put it that way. At least he can go back and get it all. I don't think he'll be able to get back to his body before it despawns. Sakhal's not huge, but it's a slow progress map. If you tried to run back there from the spawn, you'd die of cold, die of starvation before you got there. So he ain't getting the gear back. What do you think the best place to spawn on Chernarus is? I like spawning just west of Cherno town, between Cherno and Bolota, or I like spawning in Svetlo. So I like the most southern or the most northern spawns, basically. I think Berezino is as good as you can do, really, loot-wise. Berezino's really, really good. I just find it a bit dull. I've done it too many times. Like, I like spawning most south or most north, basically. I prefer those. I've died at the airfield and managed to get back to my gear, but you can spawn fairly close and you can just get something to keep you warm and then sprint it. Get a drink at the well and then sprint it. But you can't do that for the peninsula, I don't think. It's too far. So I am going to look at some of these because I want a best insulation jacket. Alice Turmer, you're always hyped thanks to your streams, then I get killed so many times I quit. Dude, I've had a pretty good run lately. We had an amazing run on the Keycard Quest 0 Chernarus server the other week, which is going to make a 2-part video for YouTube. And then on Experimental we've had some good runs, you know. It's been pretty decent. This life has been the best one. So the last couple of weeks we've had some better runs PvP wise, but before that I had 2 or 3 weeks where I had shocking runs. I've had the shocking runs I did. Oh dear. The SV98 only takes bottle suppressors, dude. There's no permanent suppressor that fits it. What does condition of gun clean affect? Only your mental health, dude. It's nice to have nice clean ones, but it doesn't make any difference. Still looking for a yakit. Oh. Somebody's around. I think that's probably too long ago for it to be the guy I killed before. I doubt it's that dude. It's going to be somebody else. I think we're on the right track. Dead zombie this way as well. And another. Helicopter crash site over there. Do you reckon he might see it and go over that way? I think he may well have done. Let's go over towards the heli. Might be a bit earlier. Oh, fuck me. I'm not sure that's helped very much. Are you? Fucking hell, it makes me blind. It's going to be the other side of the fence, isn't it? Of course it is. I'm not going to be able to look at it from here. I can probably look at it from skylining on top of that little hill there, or a little mound, whatever. Chill Mandolin, Crispy Ninja, and MP Collectible. Cheers, guys. Thank you. There is no telling for sure that the dude went towards this, but it does stand out, so I feel like if they were going this way, they're going to come over towards the smoke, aren't they? Are you fucking kidding? I really thought there'd be an angle, but I can't see through. I can't see the fucking trees. Maybe didn't come this way. There's no dead Zeds. They're all upright by the look of it. I'm not going to go to the heli. I just don't need the loot. I don't need anything. I wouldn't mind a better jacket, but I'm not dealing with those Zeds and giving away my position potentially for a jacket there. It seems pointless. I'm going to come this way. I'm going to have a look, see if we can find this fella. He's going to be around somewhere, isn't he? Can you do more helpful tips and process for how you approach fights or situations as you go through them? Bruno, I tend to talk through what I'm doing a little bit, dude. I do that all the time, I think. I'm normally fairly good at talking through what I'm doing and why, like as in just what I said just then about not going to the heli. I think I do kind of talk through what I'm doing most of the time. I know there's a player around. I thought perhaps... players tend to prioritise the best loot, right? It looks like they're killing zombies heading towards this area. And so I see the helicopter. For me, that would be the priority. So I went to where I thought the player would prioritise. Maybe they didn't see it. It's possible they're looting away from here and I'm going the opposite way to them, but I don't know. 64 slots. They may have had to stop for a fire. They might have maybe stopped for a fire at that glass factory. Like, you never know. There was a few upright zombies, but we were on the trail of them, and the trail's kind of gone cold, so maybe they've stopped to make a fire somewhere. Redline, yeah, somebody told me on Twitter the other day that it's cool that the logo's on the merch. And obviously I've not seen a package yet, but that is badass, yeah. Thermal scopes, are they a thing in this game? Thankfully they are not. Thermal scopes would be a nightmare for DayZ, I think. Like, you could have 20 hours into a life, really put everything into it, and you've got no chance because some other fucker's got a thermal scope, you know. It would massively imbalance the game. Which I think pretty much thermal scopes always do. Like in Tarkov, they're OP, or they were. I don't know if they still are, but they were OP as fuck, and they were like meta, and so they were like constantly trying to fix them, like make them rarer, make them harder to use, and so on and so on, make them harder to get and more expensive. And I think thermal scopes in a game where you can, let's just say a Call of Duty style game, where you can respawn and have another crack and keep going, and like you've got a fair chance because you might end up in a CQB fight with them over and over again. But in a game like DayZ, where you've got people that are alive for 20 hours, 30 hours or more, or weeks and weeks and weeks, and then someone can just clutch everybody because they've got a thermal scope and can shoot through forests and trees and bushes and whatnot. I think it would suck. I'm going to come up here. I think they're still around. We'll probably track them down over by the fire station and whatnot, but I'm just going to come up here and have a look around this bit. I need to try and find somewhere to make a fire where I'm not going to be advertising my position too much, which is going to be tricky. Thermal IRL is extremely meta. What's the argument on being fair? Hey Harris, it's about balancing a game, dude. It's quite simple, isn't it? You know, balancing a game is quite important in a way that, because it's for entertainment. You know, it's not just for winning. Like, it's meant to be fun. Not you play like 500 lives and one time you get the thermal scope, so you get to be the king of the server. But every other life, someone else has got it, so you get to be the fucking rabbit in the headlights. Redline, I believe you're paying the tariffs. out of Neuro's cup. I played Tarkov a little bit, Lee, not very much though. I quite liked it for a time, yeah. I've not played it for a number of years though. There's only one vid of me playing Tarkov, I think. Maybe two. I made a little vid because I killed Minder and it seemed kind of fun. Like, to kill a DayZ streamer playing a different game was kind of funny. I'm sure Minder's better than me at Tarkov. It was more the situation that allowed me to kill him, by the way. But nonetheless. Should do a train trip around Italy. Super fast, luxury business class, reclining leather seats, very spacious. I'd go Milan from Ancona, about 300 miles for 39. That sounds good. It's the sort of thing I wouldn't mind doing, but I probably need to get myself to a point where I've got a girlfriend or someone to go with, you know. I'm not really looking to go on romantic, excellent train trips. I'd like to do the Orient Express one day. I think that would be cool, like travelling on some fancy dining car. I think that would be kind of cool, a bit James Bond-like. I could take a briefcase with gold sovereigns in the lining, you know, like James Bond does. I feel like I'd be better at a James Bond villain than a James Bond character personally, but never mind. I actually came over here in the hope of finding somewhere to make a fire. I don't think there's anywhere that's that good to make a fire. I might just go for the edge of the rocks here. I think this might, just out in the open, but so I can't be seen from any of the military area. I think that might be my best option. Claude Duval, thank you very much for the support. Cheers for the follow on the YouTubes. Who, in your opinion, is the best all-round DayZ player you know besides yourself? That's really hard to quantify. It's a subject that comes up all the time, dude. It is a really common, very popular subject. But the difference between somebody like Smoke and Toprek and Sour Sweet and people like Adam Crook that I've not played with before but I know is very good, and there's many others, you know, the difference between all of those is absolutely negligible, so there ain't really much point worrying about it, to be honest. Without ADS or scoping in, do you know where the middle of the screen is? I'm pretty good, yeah. I'm not perfect, but I'm pretty good at... I don't like... If I'm trying to headshot zombies using the middle of the screen, I'm pretty good at finding it. I've said this before, but the reason, I believe, is because I did quite a lot of aim labs training. If you do aim labs training, you're aiming with a cursor, right? You're aiming with a cursor like that. But if you want to get good, if you do something like Grid Shot Ultimate, if you want to get good at using it, you have to get to the point where you're intuitively aiming without looking. You can't look at the cursor and then move to the next target. You don't get quick enough. So you get good at using, like aiming at these little blue balloons without actually looking at the cursor at all. And I think that's where I got better at finding the middle of the screen. Finding the middle of the screen is really handy for doing things like throwing grenades as well, because obviously the grenade goes to the middle of the screen. So if you can predict the middle of the screen quite well by eye, then obviously some servers have a thing on and you make it easy. This server has a cursor if I turned it on. I'm actually standing over that. I think we'll wait a sec. Exactly. You've got to look at the target and then be aiming at it, like, without thinking about it. Well, this is a bit of a beacon, isn't it? The only thing is, really, it's only a beacon for somebody out on the ice, and I think it's unlikely there's going to be somebody out on the ice, so... Yeah, using a monitor crosshair is kind of shit, TW. It's kind of... A lot of monitors have crosshairs, but using them, I think, kind of sucks. I think it is a shame that they all have these kind of things to try and help sales, but it does suck. To be fair, if you're playing on official, like I'm playing on official right now, and if you turn... It has a cursor on the screen, right? So if you prefer the monitor cursor and you're playing on official... and you turn the in-game cursor off and you turn your cursor on, I guess you're just substituting like for like in a way. But if you're playing in a community server that plays with the cursor on the screen off, and then you use your cursor on your screen, it's kind of exploiting, you know? It's not... I know people do it, and I'm not trying to judge, and I know you didn't say you did it, you just said your monitor had it, so there's no drama here, by the way, dude. But if you're in an official server where there is a cursor, and you replace it, not the end of the world, but on an... I don't know, you go and play on 0 or day 1 or whatever, where they turn the cursor off by choice, then you use your cursor. It's a bit like cheating yourself, really, you know? I think I would be worse with a cursor. If I was trying to point fire, hip fire zombies, the cursor would make it worse, because then I would actually be aiming, and my aim isn't actually that strong, you know? I can do alright, don't get me wrong, you know, but I'm better at intuitively aiming at the zombies than I would be if I could aim, which sounds stupid, but it's true. How long's my longest life? Nicola, as long as I've been streaming, about 30 to 35 hours, twice, 6 or 7 streams on the bounce. But we're going back a long way, dude. In the last month, I've had a character that lived for most of 3 streams twice. This is the second one. You know, we've been on... I don't know. This is the second half of the stream today, but I guess I've been on 5 or 6 hours today. Nearly 6 hours, I think. Certainly 5.5, getting on for 6, and I streamed 10 hours yesterday, I think. No, a bit less than that, but I streamed quite a while. Not 10 hours, 7 maybe. And then some of the day before as well. So this character's lived quite a while. When I'm streaming, living more than one stream in a row is quite rare for me, but every now and then I get a good one that lasts a long while. God, this takes a while, doesn't it? 3+ timbers takes ages. Yeah, it's when I aim down sight that it all goes to shit sailing. Oh, I've done alright. I've done alright so far. Like that dude that had the drop on me with his AK, the suppressed AK. I managed to acquire him and hit him in the head fairly quickly for me, I'd say. Like, I only managed to get a handful of bullets off before he shot me uncon, didn't I? And it was just quick enough to drop him and kill him. Creme cheese, yeah, dude, thanks. I sing Hosanna, we are saved. Does Burnside have a big beard? They don't actually get that big, dude. That's about as big as it gets. It doesn't really get big and bushy like ZZ Top or anything. Oh, come on. Ow, it's so slow. Am I drying my clothes? I don't think they're wet, are they? I'm not. No, I'm not. No, you're probably just asking in general. No, I'm not trying my clothes. I'm trying to get 3 pluses. On Sakhal, if you don't have the plus symbol, you're light blue temperature or worse, potentially dark blue. So you kind of have to make a fire every half an hour, really. This is taking ages, though. It's a weird thing. The first plus symbol takes ages, and then number 2 and number 3 are normally relatively quick behind. $20,000-hour streamer whiffs his way to DayZ domination. Yeah. 20,000-hour DayZ streamer throws enough shit till some sticks. New Fallout trailer. What? This is Fallout the TV show, Jamie. I really liked Fallout. I might watch it again. The Fallout was good. I might watch that with Maggie, you know. I think she would like that. Can you get 3 pluses without the best jacket? I wouldn't be surprised if I still can with this, because all of the boots and the gloves and the balaclava and the hat are all best insulation. I still think I may well be able to just about do it, but I guess we'll find out. Oh, come on. I gotta be honest, before Fallout came out, I saw the trailer and the lead actress, her character in the trailer looked so shit. And I saw the trailer, I was like, I'm not even sure I'm gonna watch it. It looks terrible. But as soon as you started watching it and you understood the reasons why the character was like that, and it made so much sense. Yeah, we're getting the 3rd plus. Look. And actually watching the show, it's one time where I'm hoping the same will be true of the Running Man film, because the trailer makes, to me, that trailer makes that film look kind of crap. I really hope they've done a bad trailer and it's a good film, as opposed to the trailer makes it look bad, because it is bad. Yeah, she was really good, actually, but in the trailer I was like, my god, that looks bad, but when you actually see the show, it was actually really good. That looks kind of cool with the little glow there, doesn't it? It looks like something from a video game, that does. I know we're playing a video game, but I don't know, like you have to get up there to complete the level you're on. There's a little magic treasure chest that you can collect. I guess sometimes people are wanting a hardcore gaming experience. Not gaming, but like a lot of the stuff from the game Viking, like probably you were, to be fair. I'm not a massive Fallout fan. I've never played Fallout except for Fallout 4, and I didn't like it. And I know there's way more to Fallout than that, and it's not one of the better ones, but nonetheless, I'm not... So I really like the show.
Think of the heat buff like you're a steak on a grill. The first one takes longer get because you're getting up to temperature.
Yeah, you're probably right. Probably best to start cooking your steaks once the grill's ready then, I guess. Yeah, I wish it was a little tiny bit quicker. It is a bit slow. But anyway, we've got it now. I'm going to have a... In fact, no, I was going to say I'm going to look for a jacket, but I don't think there's any point. We've just worked out that I can get 3 plus symbols with this jacket, so looking for a new jacket is kind of pointless. I'm going to go over here and see if we can find the dude. Joe Lampson, think of it. Dude, thank you. Sorry, I responded, but I didn't say thanks. Cheers for the super chat, dude. Thank you. Claude Duval was a follow on YouTube. Wasn't Claude Duval a tipster from somewhere? A horse racing tipster? Claude Duval, the punter's pal. I'm sure that's the case. Claude Duval, if you're the gambler, hello. Nox, yep. Still going strong, same character. Helicopter crash site to the south. Just died on my experimental character, got to the bunker and died to a camper. How long ago? Well, if you're playing experimental Sakhal, which it sounds like you are, and it was like in the last half an hour, maybe just don't answer anymore, but I've just been I'm on experimental right now, and I killed somebody that was in the bunker. It looked like they've been in there for a while. Like maybe half an hour or so ago. So frustrating, right? Someone's just asked about. I think it was Bambino. Yeah, it did. The stream obviously restarted because my PC froze, and now I've done a couple of a Windows and an Nvidia update. I'm still 1,200 viewers lower on YouTube than I was before the stream froze. That sucks. That really fucking sucks. I tell you what, that's a weird experience. I'm looking at the green screen, obviously, and then I read the chat. It's like I'm staring into the heart of a rainbow or something. Like looking at the different colours in the chat is bright as fuck when you're looking at a green screen, and then you cross over. Mickey, 14. Oh, Lady's already answered. Yeah, Lady, blimey. Pinkster's already answered, but yeah, 14. How does night vision look in third person? Like that? It's a good question, actually. I genuinely didn't know. Just place card. Take it easy, dude. I think Club Brugge are quite heavy favourites against Rangers. I hope Rangers get through, though. They kept calling them Club Brugge on Jim White's radio show earlier. It was really winding me up. Like, it's just called Bruges, okay? Don't Club Brugge. I think I could do a better job hosting that radio show than Jim White. I think he's... Sorry, if you're watching Jim White, I'm sure you're a huge fan. Stop talking about how you used to be on Sky Sports, and also stop being a radio presenter. You're fucking wooden as shit. Simon Jordan, on the other hand, is fucking amazing. I think he's really good. He's quite a pompous guy, but nearly everything he says is correct, so he's quite pompous with some good reasoning behind it normally. You know, I quite like Simon Jordan. I think he's good. Jimmy, I play... I've got blinds that are closed, and I have an indoor light on even when I start the stream.
This is the same character from yesterday?
Yep.
TRMZ Hoarder, TRMZ
cool.
Full Auto.
Yeah, it's the same character. We did see dead zombies before, so it's possible somebody's come down towards this way somewhere. Cheers, Basta. Thank you for the support, dude. Thank you very much. I ain't seeing any dead Zeds at the moment. I'm not going to bother looting at all. I'm only really looking for the player. Going to need some food at some point. Where I got the kill before, I managed to get some beans and I got some fish and whatnot. I ate quite a lot of food from the dead guys, but I haven't killed a dead guy for a while. This server is brighter at night. Sakhal in general is a bit brighter, yeah. But all servers on official now, if you're playing Chernarus or Livonia, they're all lighter nights now. None of them are really dark. About 40% of the player base don't like that. I probably would... Well, I never mind probably. I definitely would prefer it if they kept the dark nights. But I don't think they will. Everyone's pompous to someone. Well, Simon Jordan does talk in a very... this is my opinion. Oh, by the way, it's 100% right all of the time. But what it really means is that he just speaks his mind. You know, people can be considered pompous sometimes because they speak their mind eloquently, maybe. You know, like, people think I am, for sure. People think I moan like fuck and whinge and moan and whinge and whatever. When I'm talking about the game, I try to be pretty balanced, I think. But nonetheless... Everyone has their opinion, and sometimes they don't like what they hear, you know. But Simon Jordan, I like him on the radio because he says what he thinks, but he backs up what he thinks with kind of meaningful opinions, you know. And he doesn't do what Jim White does, where he seems to not really be saying what he thinks. He's just saying whatever's going to create traction to rile people up, to try and create debate, even though he's saying stuff that he doesn't even believe, you know. That kind of winds me up. Some of the sports talk presenters are all about rage baiting the audience so that they listen. You know, I think that's a lazy way to do it. So we did hear some distant shots. I actually think they were over this way somewhere, unless they were at the helicopter, but I don't think they were. HB, dude, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Hope all is well. We haven't had a team up in a while, dude. Not since Prague, anyway. So, I'm actually... tomorrow's my last stream, but when I get back, if I forget to message you, drop us a message, dude. I've turned into the most boring, health-conscious, trying to shift the Timbermans since Prague. Just trying to work it out, actually. So when I got back from Prague to now, I've got plenty of weight to lose, so this isn't exactly showing off, but I think I've lost 24 pounds since I came back from Prague. I think. There's going to be nothing left for me to hold on to in San Diego. Well, I think that's probably untrue. You lost about 3 stone since Feb. Yeah, but you're already pretty svelte and good looking, dude. If you lose 3 stone, you're going to look like fucking... You're going to look insane. You'll be an Adonis. If I lose 3 stone, nobody can tell. That's great, dude. GG. I think you did very well in Prague, like no drinking and trying to stick to a fairly strict regimen, if you like, with the food and everything. I wouldn't have been able to do it. Well, in fact, Prague messed me up a bit because I've lost 35 pounds in total, but the reason I've lost more since I got back is because I put on quite a bit when I went to Prague and then lost it again when I got back because I was drinking and eating and takeaways and pizza and what fuck knows what. I've got a rep weight bench that I set up at the weekend, and the dumbbells came yesterday, and I got them out of the box. They're really kind of nice. They're very clever. I knew what they were before I ordered them, obviously, otherwise I wouldn't have ordered them, but nonetheless they've got a little dial that you can turn from 2 kilos up to 25. And it just changes the weight for you. But they're kind of natty. They're pretty decent. I actually used the bench. I just did my biceps. I got back from collecting my car. My damaged car. Holy shit. I needed 2 new wheels and 2 new tyres due to avoiding a cat, which is annoying. Anyway, I got back from picking that up, unboxed the dumbbells, had a quick go while I was cooking my chimkin for lunch. Butter beans, yeah, the dumbbells, they're Bowflex ones. They were £180 each, which is a lot of money. But I'm going to use them, right? I feel like if I get them, I kind of... The way my mind works, right? If I bought a decent set of dumbbells and a decent-ish... it is a decent bench, then because of the money that they cost, I will have to use them. That's how my brain works. It's like, I spent £180 each on those. I've got to use them every day, because otherwise, it's just like you become like the spoilt rich kid that's got all the toys and never plays with them. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I spend money on something, I have to get value from it. It's just the way my brain works. And I'm sure most people are like it, but I definitely it will actually make me use them more. Where's that, in front or behind? I'm starting to think the cat was made up and you just fell asleep behind the wheel. I think if I fall asleep behind the wheel, the car stops for me. I kind of would have been better off if I'd fallen asleep behind the wheel. The cat would have got run over and my car would be fine. I think it was this way. Single shot can be quite hard. If it's kind of mostly in front or mostly behind, it can be really hard to work out exactly where it is. Right, that we definitely know where that was. It's a slight worry here because we're on a third-person server that they could be in the tech building and just camp the windows, or any of these windows. None of this is good if they're just hiding in a building using the camera to look around the wall or something, like, that's not going to spell win for me. Let's just hope they're not doing that. They're Club Rouge are 2-0 up already, are they? That sucks. I'd like Rangers to get through. I think Russell Martin seems okay, but I think he's struggling in like 2 draws in the league so far. Basically the title's already Celtics, which is really depressing. I think he's struggling a touch, and if he doesn't get into the Champions League, he's going to be up against it with the fans and on the back foot a little earlier than he might have hoped for. Why not play first-person only servers? There's only one official Sakhal server, dude. There's only one. I'm on experimental. There isn't a first-person Sakhal, so I wanted to do Sakhal because they'd changed the bunker. I wanted to do Sakhal because they'd changed a few other things, added some new clothes and changed the textures on the ground. But it hasn't really... I know I'm saying I've got to be mindful of third-person right now, but this is the 3rd stream on the same character. I killed like 14 players, so... It hasn't actually been much of a hindrance. It's been fine, I don't need bullets, do I? But if I see bullets, I'm going to have to take them. It's just the law. I was kind of hoping we would be able to see from in here. I don't think I can. There's so many windows, holy shit. It's an actually bad place. Like, if you're in the right area, then there's not many places you can... I can get shot from over there, but not easily. I can get shot from over there. Could it be a guy in one of the cranes? Possibly. I do think it's possibly somebody that's camping here, you know, like, or baiting or whatever, you know. Maybe they know I'm here and they're trying to work out or get me to come back or whatever. I don't think they're moving around very much. Might go for the tech building, I don't know. Starting to get light. It's cool. There's a drivable car sitting in here. God, my stamina. Military winter boots. Do they don't have the knife slot, do they? No, I can't have them then. I want the knifey booties. I want the fluffy boots. We need the tactical Uggs. They may be in this tech building. Oh, they might be in it. Dead zombie. Can I do that? I thought perhaps I might have been... I can. That's cool, isn't it? Of course, if he's third personing in the corner of this doorway, then I'm fucked, but... Someone's cold. Could do with him shivering again. Fuck. He's up there. Probably could have done with some stamina there. I don't think I heard him slide down the ladder. I think he just tried to talk just then. There was more than one. I got killed by somebody else. That sucks. I bet I just killed that guy. That's the end of that life. What a crazy cool life that was. So I got killed from the crane. There was somebody camping in the crane. I should have maybe done it from the window, but I wanted to try and kill him. I think that may have killed him, you know, but what a crazy good life that was. And in the end, we were killed by the bane of third person. I think third person is fine. And I don't think this is cheating that people are going to think, but third person, that is the main strat. Find yourself a powerful building in an area where people come, and then use the camera to look out the window, you know. And so the guy in the crane never needed to peek ever until he could find the shot that made it worth peeking, you know. So, yeah, it is what it is. I think, what time are we? 20 past 8. I think I might switch and just do a little bit of Chernarus just to see what the loot economy's like. I think that'll be it for Sakhal, but I think I'll carry on streaming for a little while. Yeah, I'll carry on streaming for a little while. What are the likes on YouTube? That's the question that really matters. What are the likes on? Was that an official Sakhal serve? Yeah, official experimental. what, 2.7k likes on this stream? Or that's views, isn't it, Pinkster? 998. All right, okay, how about this, right? How about this? I'll carry on for at least 2 hours if you can get it to 1,500 likes in the next 10 minutes. Okay, that's the deal. You have to like the stream, otherwise I'm fucking off and watching Depth Q. It's bribery. It's bribery or nothing. Right, I'm going to join the Chernarus server for a little bit. I'll carry on till at least 10 p.m. $1,500 you got to go for. Yeah, bribe, dislike. That's okay, Tack. I don't mind. Like, the dislikes work just as well as likes, by the way, so you can do that if you want. That was a cool life. I enjoyed that a lot. Rom Soli, alright. Oh, look at that. Look at that. It's green. So, this is experimental as well. The thing that's going to be interesting about this is that in the patch notes... In the patch notes, they say that they are trying to make... They're changing and tweaking the loot economy to try and make the game feel more survivally. Which seems somewhat ironic when they've just made nights not dark anymore. You're like, we want our game to be harder and more survivally, but we want you to be able to see like it's daylight all the time. Anyway, so I actually was quite interested to see what the loot economy is like. I think if what people have been saying is correct, as in you go into all hunting areas and you don't find any loot. If it's like that, that's not going to be great. So we'll have to wait and see. You don't find any hunting loot in hunting areas. No, that doesn't seem ideal. But if we just stick to a regular-ish kind of Chernarus loot route for me and just do what I'd normally do, we can see how it goes. One nice thing now, we may be on a bigger map, but we are free. We are free from a fire every 25 minutes to half an hour permanently. The loot on 129 Chernarus is shit. That sounds fun. It sounds like a fun little challenge. It'll be like... what was that patch? It wasn't... Was it 5.6? The patch where... I remember I played off stream. It was before I was a streamer. And I was alive for 13 hours only from eating apples. And I'd got a trumpet and about 9 bullets. They responded on the feedback tracker today saying new players were confused thinking the game was bugged because the screen was pitch black. What a load of old shit. A trumpet and 9 bullets. A trumpet was a pump action 22 rifle that used to be in the game. .55 was it, Dervy? Yeah, well remembered. That was a fun. Literally, you couldn't, like, basically it was a patch. It was on experimental. And nothing respawned. So if you went somewhere that had been looted, it would never respawn. And so I was the only place I could find any loot was in the the apartment buildings that don't spawn anything. I was looting those because it was the only place where nobody had looted. I was going around the map looting apartment buildings only and just about surviving. So how many likes are we on YouTube? We've got 6 minutes to go to get to 1.5. 1.5 there. Come on. I want to carry on playing Chernarus for a couple of hours, but I'll go and watch the telly if I have to. I think this pissing around with it kind of thing works. I know some people will get narky because it's like, he's so desperate for likes, he's forcing people to... I think it's kind of fun. I quite like that. Because I don't really know or care really if it actually helps the stream. It's just kind of fun. And it's free, it doesn't cost anything. I've done it a little bit, Doctor. Doctor. Yeah, a little bit, not for a while. We've done the 1500, have we? Very cool. Thank you. GG, guys. The algorithm floodgates will no doubt open. GG, thank you. Right, let's get to doing some looting then, gradually. Eat your vegetables or no candy. Fogger, I think you're in the majority. But more people prefer the lighter nights than the darker nights. I think that's fair, you know. I think the reality for me personally is that sometimes there are features in the game I don't really like, but I understand they're there because the game's meant to be quite an anti-game, like a hardcore survival game. It's what made it special, you know, like the fact that things are a struggle and the fact that things are hard is what makes it special when you have a good life. Or you get the good loadout, or you get to the area you've never seen of the map, or whatever it might be, you know. It's the struggle that makes the good lives feel good. And if they take too much of the struggle away, they're making it a bit more like a PUBG type game, but without a final circle, you know. I don't think they are doing that. I think the devs have made a lot of decisions that try to make the game harder in the last few years. For example, infected wounds and needing to have disinfected bandages. I think they're a good thing. I think they're a good survival feature. And they've done other things as well, zombie spawning loot and different things here and there. I think they've made really good changes to the game. But the nighttime one and the spawn system in particular fly in the face of the original ethos of the game in a very, very big way. I don't believe, and I don't think this matters because not everything should start and end with Dean Hall or Brian Hicks or whatever, but I don't believe that we would have bright nights if Dean Hall was the guy that created the game was making the decision. I think he'd go for the hardcore option, you know. And maybe the devs are making better choices because the game's more popular now and they're being more pragmatic and fair play if that's the case, you know. But I think sometimes they can water the game down if they go too far. And for me personally, the food too far is the spawn system. The spawn system on official is a joke. It's fucking awful, and I honestly find it indefensible. And I know that's a strong opinion, but I have a strong opinion on it. It's shockingly bad. Did you die? I died, Vanglin. Yeah, there was some campers in the bunker. I think I possibly killed one with my M79. But there was somebody in one of the cranes camping as well, so I got camped. They were baiting me back. Boo Bear, everyone spawns in the same place on a cycle, so it just becomes like a clusterfuck of misery, basically. If you spawn into a server at the same time as 3 mates spawn in, and you're all new spawns, that means you've got to deal with a squad of 3 with Discord, and you're on your own. But the game is forcing you all to start in the same point of the map, which is just... It's not... And also that Discord bros can hold each other's hands and start from the same place and have a jolly old time, you know. I think it sucks. Yeah, Shotgun, I did think there might be someone at the crane and I kept checking, but obviously they don't need to show themselves, you know. Who makes the decisions for the DayZ? The actual developers will follow direction for, I guess. Wedders, I think the actual gameplay mechanics are mostly decided. I think they have discussions about it. I know I'm being strong on the spawn system, but the devs do know what they're doing by and large, right? It's not like I don't know better than the devs. I do think I have a better opinion personally about the spawn system, but that's just one feature, you know, so what? But Sumrak is the project lead for game development. He's probably going to make a lot of decisions, but they have discussions. I think they're quite a group. They'll talk it through and they'll float ideas, and I think they're quite a group. They're really quite close-knit as a group, and they'll certainly float ideas and listen, but I think the ultimate decision is likely to be Sumrak's and 1 or 2 others that have input, you know. And Sumrak's quite a hardcore... He made Namausk, obviously. He likes the game to be hard. He's a big fan of the Long Dark. So I'm surprised they've gone with the lighter nights. I can only think it's about trying to make the game a little bit more accessible. Kevin, I'd just like it to be random. I'd like it to be random, or if it must be that the game has to hold hands of the Discord bros that already have enough advantage, then I would like the choice to have a random spawn. So they could have it so you have these spawns where everyone spawns in the same place, but you could choose to have a truly random spawn like it always used to be. So I don't think that would be the end of the world. I think it's really not great, you know. If you just play the game properly, you can run away from where you spawn, but it changes the loot routes, it changes the loot economy. You can normally find 3 or 4 suiciders and have bandages for your entire character's life where you spawned. Every life. Artex, yeah, it's good. It's nice to have that as well. Thank you. Yeah, it was a good adventure on Sakhal. It's nice to have that in the bank because Uncupa's making a 2-part video. I'm pretty sure the first part I've got on draft he sent me today, so I'll be able to watch that in the morning. So on Saturday I'm on holiday, there'll be a video from Uncupa. Next Saturday there'll be another video from Uncupa. I still won't be back from holiday, but Finn has got footage to make a 3rd video, so it means that when I get back on the Saturday after I'm back, there'll be a video pre-made. So in theory, the next 3 Saturdays, there's a video in the bank ready to go. Which means that when I get back, I'm not behind the 8 ball, having no footage, and definitely missing video weeks because I've been on holiday, you know? They'll look at the numbers and see people logging off when it gets dark and incentivise in some way for having people play longer. Wedders, I absolutely agree they'll be looking at that, but you could say that about nearly any feature, you know, like obviously not in terms of mass logouts, but maybe more people wouldn't give up playing the game if you spawn with a knife and 3 cans of food, but would it make the game better? You know, that's not... There's a core sort of gameplay ethos, let's say, for DayZ, that it's a hardcore survival sandbox game, you know. If somebody wants to mod the game to be more accessible and easier to play at night or whatever, or easier to get gear at the start, or have trader bases or whatever you can think of, that's great. They have a community of modders that can do that. But the game itself is meant to be quite a hard anti-game, you know. It's not meant to hold your hand and make it easy to start because you're a new spawn and you think it's night time and the game's broken. You know? I can tell you for a fact that as dark as first person might be, it was darker in 2014. You couldn't see the ground. You went into a house, there was no lighting indoors. You literally couldn't see inside houses when the game first came. You couldn't see anything. It was darker in 2014 than it is now. Tough, you know. It's part of the game. That's the point. That was what it was sold as. It's like, yes, it's hard, it's dark, tough. That's the point. Suck it up or fuck off. You know that. I don't think that's a bad thing. That's partly what made it magical in the first place. You know. Like another example, obviously, and I think this is a positive one. In early DayZ, you couldn't give yourself a saline. You couldn't give yourself a blood bag. You could only have a saline if somebody else gave it to you, which I thought was bad. But the devs were like, no, you can only have a saline if you've got somebody, if you're teamed up with someone, or if you make a friend, and then you can have a saline. Like they were adamant on shit like that. They wanted them to be features that created interactions and team ups and so on. They wanted you to encourage those kind of things, you know. Whereas now they're like, oh no, you can all spawn together, no problem. But anyway, I honestly, I know a lot of people have got their panties in a bunch about the nighttime thing. But if I'm being completely honest, that one, it doesn't bother me as much because I can see why they want to try it. And if it makes their game more popular, I can see why they want to make the game more accessible and so on. but I really can't see it for the spawns. And maybe it's great for groups, but not every fucker is a group, are they? You know, a lot of people play DayZ on their own, and you're making it harder for them. And I don't understand that. That has a balance thing. That's if it's a lighter night, it's a lighter night for all. But if you're improving the spawns for groups, you're making the spawns worse for solos, and that's a shitload of the player base. You're just fucking over, and that seems not balanced. You know, it seems stupid. We found little bits of loot. I don't know if it's been much different than normal so far. We haven't got anything fantastic. Badly damaged scope is not amazing, but it's not terrible. I ought to go back to the summer camp and drink at the well. I never did I? I've been too busy waxing lyrical. Hello, Wild Boy. Hope you're good, dude. Thanks for coming in. Shakademus, thank you for the 37. Dervy, thank you as well. Digital Masons, cheers for the support. T. Kinsley, thank you. Joel, thank you as well. None of I don't know if that's correct or not. I know that Adam is a really good. Oh, that someone has just been in. I wonder I wasn't finding much. I know Adam is an incredibly passionate guy that understands DayZ inside out and just wants to do the best he can for the game. And he's been involved in DayZ for longer than Dean Hall was, but in terms of like decision making, it's really hard to say. I'm not sort of saying that this game would be better if Dean Hall was in charge. I'm not saying that in the slightest, but I think they would probably maintain a touch more of the nighttime, maybe. But that I'm not slating Adam. I've met him. He's a really passionate guy that works crazy hard. You know, I don't think he's making a bad job of what he's doing in any way. No. But I maybe there's pressure from above. Maybe they're trying to make the game more populous, because a more popular game is a more saleable game, and a more saleable game, a more playable game is more money. Maybe it's more from above. Who knows? But equally, each chip at the pillars of DayZ, that what made it good in the first place, that you make to try and make it more mass market, you equally risk that pillar falling down and the game becoming not what made it special in the first place, you know? Right. We better drink all of this. So there was dead zombies next to the... That'll explain why I found those dried pears by the tree. There was dead zombies that somebody else had killed. So we're following behind somebody else, which explains partly why we didn't get a great deal from here. I don't think we need all that, to be honest. I'm not doing a gas route today. I died, Donnie. I managed to push a guy that was camping in a tech building. And... I think I may have got him with my last M79, but there was two of them, and they were camping high-rise buildings in the peninsula, and the second one got me.
Do you think lighter nights will make NVGs useless?
It certainly makes them... I know I was just using them on Sakhal, but it makes NVGs on dark nights are... OP, right? And that's not a bad thing, because you have to go through a lot of work to get them. They're rare. Unofficial, they're hard to find. NVGs on a light night server improve your visibility by a couple of %, mainly in shadows of trees and things like that. If it was night and there's someone crouched in that tree, the NVGs make it easier for you to see them. So they make a small percentage difference rather than being... like, fuck me, I've got such an advantage. Did I restart the stream? Garrett, yeah, I had a crash. I had crashed and I had to restart my PC. Ended up doing Windows Update and NVIDIA driver update. Livonia is smaller than Chernarus, dude, Abdul. let's just get to the end of the town. Normally we can get some food from the little bus stop depot-y bit. Mrs. Dempsey wants a cinema date. I don't know what's out at the moment. I haven't been for a little while. There's a film coming out soon that I think looks really good. It's not out yet though. What the fuck? Oh, for God's sake. Nobody 2 is out. You'll like that. She might not. Fucking hell, my local cinema's doing a load of Chris Nolan stuff. I think I'd want to see Nobody 2, to be honest. I don't know if Mrs. Dempsey might want to see that, but you'll probably like it. Pinkster, you like Nobody? Holy shit. Would you like to be my cinema buddy? It's not very far. It's only about 300 miles, or whatever it is. The Long Walk comes out. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'm going to have to go and see that. Spinal Tap 2 looks abysmal. Yeah, that's a film that likely doesn't need making. I crashed while having a fight. Well, I killed a player and then logged back in, and I think I likely killed the other one, yeah. I've not seen any reviews for Naked Gun, the new Naked Gun with Liam Neeson, but the trailer looked okay. I don't know what it's like. Has anyone seen it? Do I ever think the AI will ever get updated? I don't think AI in DayZ is going to change much, dude. I think they're really stuck with the game in sort of limbo between Infusion and old armor. I don't think they're going to be able to do much with it. I really don't. I think they looked at it in 2023 and I think they just kind of threw everything up in the air and gave up. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think they can do it. This is more reading between the lines with a little bit of insight, but they kind of said as much as that without saying it when we went to Prague, that DayZ, as much as they're trying their best to make it better as they go, they do face challenges because of the kind of hodgepodge engine that it's running on. Which might be one of the reasons why maybe that in the background, hopefully they're working on DayZ 2, you know, because then it would be the all-new Infusion engine one day, you know, like, again, nobody knows about DayZ 2, but it would be a solid reason to be trying to work on it, wouldn't it? Well, so far, I'd say the loot has felt similar to how it normally feels, but we'll see how it goes. The 3 tins of tuna is pretty decent, isn't it? The Long Walk to Freedom is a Nelson Mandela book. Are they making a movie? No, it's based off of a Stephen King short story called The Long Walk. It was written a long time ago, so it predates things like the Hunger Games and so on. But it's that kind of thing, dystopian future where young lads, like late teenagers basically, enter a walk where the prize is like life-changing, but nobody lives except the winner. So it's literally called the Long Walk. You have to walk at 4 miles an hour. If you drop below 4 miles an hour, you get a warning. If you get 3 warnings, you get killed. If you get a broken ankle or if you get injured or something happens, you get killed. And basically, it's an endurance race where there's one winner and everybody else dies. And that's the subject of the... It's my favourite Stephen King book, and it's only a short story, but it's the favourite thing of his I ever read. They said that loot will affect assault rifles mostly, so they will be rarer. I would not expect... Okay, interesting. Okay, brutal. If DayZ 2 was released, do you think there would be any reason to play OG standalone? Probably just reminiscing on the maps, dude, I'd have thought. I really hope, and maybe this is wrong, but I hope if there's a DayZ 2, it has a brand new map never seen before, but also a remastered version of Chernarus. I think that would be cool. But I'd say the main reason to be playing old Chernarus is to play some of the maps, you know, like having a run on Essica or Namalsk or something. That these maps might end up getting ported to a future title if there was one, but they wouldn't be there at the start, you know. Will I read The Long Walk again before seeing the movie? I don't think I want to. My memory of it is I read it when I was really young, 11, 12, something like that. I really loved it, and honestly, I think if I read it now, I probably won't really love it. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm now not a young lad with all hopes and dreams and expectations, and now I'm a bit of a cynic and a miserable old man. I think I'd rather keep the pure memory of something I enjoyed and then just watch the film as a separate thing and see if I like that, you know. Would love some new maps instead of a reskimmed armour map. Well, Badlands is going to be a new map. It's not based on anything else, Andrew, so the DLC that's coming next year, yes, they're going to be using some assets that have been used in Operation Arrowhead, but reimagined. But the map itself will be all new terrain, never used in any other game before. Oh shit, sorry guys. Why boy, I got the car fixed. It's all good, dude. It's all fixed. Quickly checking the second one. I'm the same with the A-Team TV show. I quite enjoy that even now. If I'm flicking through the channels and there's an old episode on, I tend to laugh at it. It's kind of still cheesily good, you know. It was never that. It never took it seriously. Like the A-Team wasn't like some of those shows at the time where it was deadly serious but cheesy as fuck. The A-Team was cheesy as fuck but knew it. You know, I think that made it okay. They were hamming it up. You know, they knew what they were doing. Whereas some shows like that, I'm thinking maybe Airwolf there, for example. If you think of the lead character in Airwolf, he was deadly serious, you know. He didn't look like an actor having fun. He looked like an actor trying to be a badass, deadly serious. So I feel like the A-Team is fine to enjoy as a silly, like intentionally cheesy show. Knight Rider was probably a little bit in the similar category to Airwolf. It was probably a bit more serious. I still loved it when I was a kid though. What's my favourite TV show currently on the go? In the last few years, it's Slow Horses. Possibly closely followed by The Penguin with Colin Farrell. But at the moment I'm watching Depth Q and it is really good. Depth Q is great. It's not quite Slow Horses, but it's really good. It's a little bit more whodunit. It's a little bit more like an extended Taggart from back in the day. But I think Depth Q is good. The cast is good. It's going pretty well. Slow Horses season 5 is going to be good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that, Red Line. You never know. Maybe I might have even got round to starting Severance by then. Oh, and it was made for mainly kids and teens. That's why nobody mostly got shot. But the reality is the actors in that show didn't take it too seriously, you know. You've got people like knowing what they're making in that, you know. I feel like if you, even as a kid, you could appreciate that. Like the guy in Airwolf was really serious and was taking it seriously. Think about the characters in the A-Team. They knew they were making a kids show and they just had fun with it. And it probably makes it stand up still now if you watch it as an adult when you liked it as a kid. I've seen Peaky Blinders Polish Guy. Yeah, it's decent. I think it tailed off a little bit later on. Seasons 4 and 5 weren't quite as good, but it's a very, very good show. I think you could say the same in a way about the Batman original show, you know, the Batman original one with Adam West and Burgess Meredith and whatnot. That was made for kids and it didn't take itself too seriously. It was clearly meant to be fun and the people in it knew what they were making. And whilst that's going to be an absolute fucking cheese fest now, it was meant to be even then, and that's the point. So if something was meant to be serious and now it's really cheesy, then it's kind of aged poorly. But if something was made to be kind of cheesy and corny and intentionally that way then it stands up now in my book, you know? Like, I think you could still enjoy those Batman shows because they were stupid and they knew it. The guy from Airwolf was an alcoholic and filming was always difficult. Well, they should have got rid of him and got the other guy. The guy from the Poseidon Adventure was good though, wasn't he? He was good. Why can't I remember his name? I can see his face right now. 60s Batman with Adam West. Yeah, they used to replay that a lot. Ernest Borgnine. Yeah, well done. Thank you. They used to replay the Batman every morning on the kids' TV for when I was... I'm guessing this was 80s, let's say, but they used to replay Batman all the time. My dad used to get me a cropper with it when I was young. We're talking... Let's just talk real age. We're talking about 1981-ish. I would have been -6. My dad used to get me, like, he'd want me in the living room, like maybe I was playing in the backyard or whatever, and he'd be like, Batman's on telly, and I used to believe him every time. I'd run in and turn the telly on, and it was obviously push button because I was -6 in 1981. No remote control, so I'd put the telly on and cycle through the channels looking for Batman and be somewhat surprised that it wasn't on and I'd been tricked and foiled once again. Uh, 60s Batman. I bought the 60s Batman box set. It's gold. I bet it is. I bet it's funny. Grim, well, the question I was asked about TV shows was what's your favourite kind of at the moment, so I went with more recent ones, but certainly Sopranos and Breaking Bad, like you've not mentioned Breaking Bad, but they're two of the best all time. Game of Thrones is one of the best all time for sure. But I kind of went with more recent stuff. Slow Horses is the best thing I watched last year by far. I watched all 4 seasons of Slow Horses. It was great. I quite happily watch it again. In fact, I think I watched it twice. No hunting loot in there. Boo. What channel is Slow Horses on? I'll tell you what channel it's on, Redline. It's on the one where there's nothing new for about 6 months, and then they bring out one good TV show, and then you get your wankalator out. Otherwise known as Apple TV. Pay for monthly subscriptions and we'll deliver you 2 decent series a year. It was a Wankomatic, wasn't it? It wasn't a Wankalator. Wankomatic. Well done, NTR, yeah. It's a nice thing for the pricing model, though. You just basically need to subscribe for 1 month of every year and just quickly watch all the shows that are any good, which is basically 3. The studio? Come on, that's a bit thin. 6 out of 10. Presumed Innocent was okay. Yeah, that was alright. Redline's got all of his shares in Apple, so he has to get it in. Like, if he's not plugging the merch site, he's plugging Apple. Like that's pretty much it. I think he's probably bought shares in Fourth Wall or something. you watched The Foundation on Apple TV? I've not, Bruno. I've got to be honest. I know I'm ripping Redline about it. I haven't looked at anything on Apple TV since I rewatched Ted Lasso. When I moved into this house. Obviously, I became single, and I was trying to watch something to try and cheer me up a little bit. I'm watching a show about a man leaving his family and moving to Britain and being on his own. Seemed like a really good thing for me. No, to be fair, it's a really uplifting show, isn't it? So
any other TV show,
it was quite a good thing to watch if you're a bit melancholy. So I rewatched Ted Lasso. It kind of was good, you know, because I know I moved out from my fiance, but it's not been easy. You know, I still love her now, but that doesn't really make a relationship a possibility. You know, it's much more complicated than that. SDI, thank you very much for the support. Dexter and Arcane. I've never even heard of Arcane. I obviously have heard of Dexter though. Cheers for the support. Oh, holy fuck! Don't waste your bullets. I am a new spawn. Hello. You are geared. What am I meant to do with that? I'm not keeping that, guys, but I'm going to keep it just for now. He just ran off. He didn't. While I was picking it up, he ran off. But I obviously had to pick it up. Now, just because he did that, it doesn't mean he's a stream stalker. Let's just get that out of the way. It may be that he recognised my voice and thought, "Fucking hell, that's running twat. I'll throw in my gun and run away. That'll be funny." But it doesn't mean for sure that he's a stream stalker. So but whatever. I can't keep the gun because he probably only gave it to me because I'm the running twats, right? So I can't keep that, despite the fact that people on YouTube still like to try and suggest that I rig my content. Given that the gun feels like bullshit, if the milk sort of turns out to be sour, I ain't the kind of to drink it, you know, so I ain't going to keep that gun. But I am going to keep it just for now. He's probably not listening. I'm just going to drop it here. Is that an apparition? Like the old lady from the start of the Ghostbusters, the old lady ghost. I've literally dropped all my stuff for random people for 4 shocks them every time. Tech God, it does happen, but it happens to me a lot more than it happens to most, you know. So I just I can never take it. Wow. Tundras do not spawn here normally, so whatever they've changed to the loot economy, they've made tundras easier to find. That is not where you would never get a tundra there on 128. No way. This is too close to the coast, so maybe they're trying to make the game more rifle orientated and not so assault rifle orientated. But to find a tundra there is insane. Excuse me. I've found a tundra before I found a backpack. That's crazy. I found a tundra before any bag. I don't actually think that could have been placed by a player, dude. The way it was laying, it looked like it had spawned to me. Players' drop loot is normally a bit kind of different. It sort of sits different somehow. Normally at an angle as well. Jaunty angle. Got 4 shots in it, sub, but tundras can spawn with guns. I know, Lee. It's a disgrace. Oh, Hulu, that sucks. I guess it was a memory, you know. But yeah, shows can do that though. Some shows are really good to watch when you're a bit down. Ted Lasso is definitely a good one to watch when you're a bit down. Years and years and years ago, I watched the entirety of The Big Bang Theory. Not really quite the same, but when I was living at my house, I was living at my parents' after a split up, and to be honest, I got talking to who became my fiance, and now I just split up from her nearly a decade later, unfortunately. But she was talking about how much she liked The Big Bang Theory, and inspired me to watch it. And I started watching. I watched like 8 or 9 seasons in a month or something. But it was quite good for me. Stuff that makes you laugh is pretty decent if you're having a shit time, you know. Am I single now? Golden Ricks, yep. Big Bang is truly midlife crisis. It has its moments. It's kind of it's a bit like a show like Friends, you know. Like maybe it's not as good as Friends, but it's that kind of show, you know. I think it's okay. I think it's decent. Doesn't have to be your favourite show ever. The kind of half an hour, once a week comedy shows, they're very unlikely to be like your all-time favourites. Like even like going through the years, you know, like you remember them fondly as time moves on. You know, people look back at Friends quite fondly now, but when it was out, people thought it was cheesy. You know, same for shows like Roseanne or Married with Children or whatever. You look back at them with fondness in a way. Perhaps more years later. Yeah, Cheers is another one for sure. I think a lot of those are probably maybe going to be remembered more fondly in the long run than The Big Bang Theory, perhaps, but it still kind of works as an analogy, you know. It partly is that, Donnie. It's a little bit like music that shows can remind you of the time you're at. Like if I watch Bottom, like Bottom with Ade Edmondson and Rick Mayall, it reminds me of the last year or two I was at school. He's right in front. Oh, well, this could be a murder gear up here. He's killed an animal. He's going to be cutting it just over here. I don't think I'm going to make it before he's cut it up, though. It looked like he was going straight towards that bush. Where is he? He definitely just shot an animal. He was right there. Got like military stuff on. Oh, he's right. He's in front there. He's up by the. Yeah, I can see him up by the shed. Maybe he didn't stop to cut it up. This is probably going to get me killed. I've got no vest and I'm chasing down a dude with a plate carrier and all sorts, but I'm going to give it a whirl. I ain't got time to fuck around. I need to try and catch him up. And he could have stayed up the top overwatching, but he looked like he was kind of diagonally going to the right. And I have no idea whether he's going to the prison island or if he's going more towards Kamenka. Oh, he's right in front of it. Oh, there's a boat there. Look, he might be going to the boat. looks like he is going for the boat. He might not have a spark plug, but if he's got a spark plug, this could be absolute gold. Go, 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 go! I didn't want to shoot while it was going side to side. I had to wait till he got... He's got a Vicky that's fallen. I may not be able to get that Vicky, unfortunately. Oh, you're fucking kidding me. Oh, no way!
Nice kill.
Is it shallow enough? Oh, no! I can't fucking loot him! Cutting him up won't make any difference because he's going to sink. He's going to sink. This is so shit. I might be able to go prone and just pick some of the stuff up from... Possibly, because it's quite shallow. Oh my god, I can't get it. Too late now. Axis, if you were going to say that I could use the boat to move him, I can't use the boat because the spark plug is ruined. My first shot hit him and the engine. So unfortunately I can't use the boat. That was my plan. You can reverse the boat and move the dead body. But the spark plug is ruined, so the boat... My first shot disabled the boat. Okay, thanks for that. What the fuck is going on? They need to make it easier to loot dead bodies, don't they? It does suck. It really sucks. All of his ill-gotten gains are just down there. I could get that if I could move the boat, but I can't even get that. It does. I'm sure it's something that will improve over time, but if you shoot somebody and they're still in the boat, you absolutely should be able to fucking loot them. Come on. Apparently there's a way you can move the boat to maybe loot them with some kind of quirk, but it should be easier, shouldn't it? I'm sure it will be one day. You can't push the boat. Oh my god, that fucking sucks. What a waste. Yellow bag by the wooden boats. I wonder if I could throw a bag. I wonder if I could throw the bag, because you can stand on a thrown bag. I wonder if it would just make the water shallow enough to stand on it. I probably wouldn't, but you never know. I think it's just too... I think it won't do it because I'm going to be too high up. It's not going to do it. It's not even worth trying. It's not going to work. Sink the boat, maybe it's shallow enough to stand on. I don't think so. I think it's just a waste of another bullet or two. I'm just going to leave it. Man, that sucks. If I come this way and find a spark plug, I can come back and move the boat and get the gun. I don't think the boat will despawn because it's not ruined. The spark plug's ruined, but the boat isn't. Oh man,
Been
that
a fan
sucks.
for a long time, but rarely get to catch the streams. Cheers.
Dr. Contra, cheers for the 3 months. Thank you. Alexi, thank you for the super chat. Chins, thank you for the bits. Wait for low tide, yeah. That guy just opened a fresh box of Yorkshire Gold now to auction. Watch some running simulator. Cheers, keep on running. Thank you, that guy, dude. Thank you very much. Toad Burglar, hush your sweet lips before they change it. Cheers for the support. I'm not sure what we were talking about now, dude, but thank you. SDI, thank you. It would have been great if we could get the gear, you know, like to be able to get that Tundra and then track that guy and get him deaded. And that would have been great if I could have actually got the gear. Another few seconds, you would have had a shot right on the beach. How do you mean? Because he was going away. You know, he was taking the boat from the beach and moving away from land. He wasn't moving towards the land. It is Tally, yeah. They're making a new one coming out later this year. How did you get over? How did you manage to get over the breakup? Can you give some advice for other people going through similar stuff? It ain't easy, dude. The other day I went to Sainsbury's and I saw my ex when I was driving around the town on the way back to where I live. Yeah, it ain't easy. I'm having much fun myself. I am doing a lot better. The reality is that, something I've discovered really is that whether you get kicked out or whether you move out, the breakup is just as hard. You know, that much is true. Although this breakup has been harder. I've not really gone into the reasons between me and my ex as to why we split up, but it's very complex and nothing really that can be necessarily helped. You know, it's just tricky. Anyway, I think the reality is though that the advice is very much the case. Work on yourself. You know, I've definitely got a bit too fat and unfit. I've been trying to be healthy. I've been losing weight. I've been doing push-ups. I've been trying to make myself feel better physically, and it helps you feel better mentally. So certainly don't drink. Try not to drink too much alcohol because it only makes things worse. And try to work on yourself. You know, get down the gym or get outside, get on a bike, do whatever. Start making yourself feel physically better, and it will definitely have an impact on your mental health. It does. You know, that's about the best thing you can do, I think. You know. Oh, nice. And the reality is, it's not so straightforward as this, right? But if you're in a relationship that ends, it either wasn't right for you, or it wasn't right for them, or it wasn't right for both of you. And at some point down the line, if you look for it, you'll find something that does feel right for you, and hopefully that will be the one that lasts, you know. But there is potentially a new relationship down the line that will feel like the right one for you, and make you realise that where you were before wasn't the right one, you know. For me personally, I ain't really looking for that right now. I just, you know, I ain't really feeling it. Should have eaten jam before getting hands bloody. I don't agree. I should have washed my hands and then drank at the well before doing anything. Contra, cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. You bought Boonahab 18, dude. It's so good. It is so good. The best thing about that 3 or 4 week spell where I was drinking a couple of weeks before Prague and 1 week after Prague, I drank a bottle of Boonahab 18, and it was so fucking good. My God, it was good. It tastes... Oh, fuck me. I've got 2 bottles as well. They were on special on Amazon, and I bought 2, maybe for Christmas or whatever. I'll probably had them a couple of months. I've got a bottle in the cupboard. It's like singing to me now as I'm talking about it. I can hear it. It's whispering in my ear. Come and open me, Paul. God, it sounds like I'm talking sexy time, you know. Nice bottle, love. What time do you open? I hastened, I'm talking to a whiskey bottle there. And it's very much true. Time is a healer danger. There's no denying it, you know. Like, some things are very hard to heal from, and maybe you don't, you know. Like, certainly if kids are involved and stuff like that, it's a very different scenario, you know. Like, I don't know. I am a bit... To say I'm a bit gutted is an understatement, but with my ex, when we got together for a long time, and she was the one that got away when I was younger, and I was convinced that it would be right, and I still kind of wish it was, but just relationships aren't that simple, unfortunately, are they? Things happen, and things can drive you apart. That's not necessarily anyone's fault, and yeah, it's just... relationships can be hard, can't they? What happened there? Could do with finding a battery, actually. That'd be good. There doesn't seem to be many zombies around, does there? Sloth Dad, apparently from what somebody else was saying, and it's mainly to do with assault rifles, they're trying to tweak the loot economy, but so far we haven't been to a military base, we've not been anywhere where you'd find an assault rifle. It seems the same as 128, you know, like, except for the fact that Tundras, if anything, are easier to find. They did talk about Badlands when we were in Prague, and they were sort of explaining that they were after a kind of gameplay that revolved around more rifles and perhaps weaker and bolt action rifles and less around assault rifles and whatnot, and maybe they're trying to go that way a bit. I think that wouldn't be a bad thing. The reality is, though,
So
the
my
SKS
lady and
is such a
her
good
3 boys
secondary.
moved out 6 weeks ago while I was at work. Was a shock to say the least. Things are better the last couple weeks, but not easy doing everything on my own at night after a 14-hour workday.
Fish nasty, dude. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, man. That really sucks. See, it is tricksy. I think something that I am quite bad at, and maybe with your 14-hour days, you are doing it without meaning to. But if I'm like struggling, like if I'm, I don't know, when I'm like able to contemplate my own thoughts and I'm able to just sit and overthink shit, I can end up getting a little bit more down in the dumps about stuff and rethinking and regurgitating or whatever. So I tend to throw myself into stuff a little bit more, you know, like try and do something else and do something else. And, oh, I've got that job to do, I'll go and do that. And this is probably a really weak way of doing stuff. But if you throw yourself into stuff and you, like, as time goes on, the issues become less, you know, you kind of accept whatever it may be. By maybe it's not the same as going to therapy and actually dealing with your problems, but I'm not saying you do still think about them, but you just occupy yourself, and then maybe it creeps in here and there, and gradually you just come to terms with shit, you know. Is the character from yesterday still alive? Unfortunately not. I got camped, I think. Had a great run though, about 14 kills. Had a good run today as well. That's where all the zombies are. Sloth Dad, yeah, it probably was a tough thing at the time, no doubt, dude, but it probably did help. Therapy makes miracles, but only if you want them to. That's probably true. I think therapy works for certain people, and maybe it works for everyone, but I don't know. I tend to blame myself for stuff, and then just start from that point, and then move on, you know? Like, I don't know. Whatever gets thrown at you in life, there's going to be good bits and bad bits, but if you take accountability to yourself, at least, for the things that you do wrong, all you can do is move forward, you know. I don't personally try to dwell too much on the past. I have been this year so far, but I've never personally felt like therapy would help me, and that's not because I don't have issues or whatever. I think I'm quite good at just accepting that what my outcome is my responsibility, and so it's my responsibility to fix it, if that makes sense, or to try and be better, or to be a decent person, or to learn from things that maybe I get wrong or whatever. And it doesn't mean I get it right. I definitely make mistakes like everybody does, you know. But I could be wrong, but I feel personally that therapy wouldn't necessarily help me very much. I think a lot of therapy is about stopping you dwelling on things that didn't go your way, or things, or sadness and such like, you know, and that may well help in a lot of ways, but I don't know, personally for me, I just feel like it's going to regurgitate stuff that maybe I've already thought about. What kind of graphics card have I got? It's a great big fucker, 5090. It's the Asus, that name that I can never remember. 5090. Do you still see your parents? Of course I do, Easy. Yeah, well, I see my mum. Unfortunately, my dad passed away just over, 3.5 years ago. But I still see my mum. I saw my mum today, although she was only giving me a lift to the train station because I had to go and get my car. But yeah, I see my mum pretty regularly. I took her up to see her mum, my grandma, who's still alive, which is very cool. And so I do see her, yeah, very much. we're getting a bit like right into stuff now, but my dad had a lot of mental health issues, and I witnessed and I saw a lot of it when I was a kid. I don't want to get too heavy, but I saw my dad at his best and his worst, let's say, and just leave it at that rather than go into gory details. I've talked about it before, but anyway. I don't know, somehow living with somebody that's got quite severe mental illness like he had. He was classified as schizophrenic and manic depressive, and he was taking lithium for most of his adult life in quite strong doses. I don't know, it's kind of maybe altered my perspective on things a little bit, just for me maybe, I don't know, it's hard to explain. My grandma's 98, Rune Fat, and she's got a way better memory than I have. I think that's probably right, Holt. Therapy might be about helping you deal with things that are thrown at you. That's pretty much all. But I feel like I'm quite good at just dusting myself off and going, well, I did that. I'll dust myself off and I'll get on with today. I don't feel it really would benefit me. That's the maybe it would, and maybe I'm being naive, but I tend to just do that. It's like, well, I fucked this up, you know. Like just one example. I got tested for blood glucose levels and was told I was pre-diabetic, very, very, very close on the borderline between being pre-diabetic and just diabetic, type 2 obviously. I didn't really think to myself, what the fuck have I done, what an idiot, why have I let myself get like this, I just was like, I fucked this up, I'll start trying to be better, you know. Doesn't mean I did it perfectly or anything, but I didn't dwell on the bad news and the mistake or anything. I was like, well, I fucking done that. I own it. It was me that put all that shit in my mouth, nobody else, you know. Quickly check this Humvee. This is the first military area we've been to. It'll be interesting to see if there's any difference in loot here. You don't normally get a great deal here though. Pistols, maybe a UMP, possibly a Vega. You don't normally get like crazy good loot though, so I'm not anticipating it being great. Once in a blue moon you might get a really lucky SKS or something. Salah won PFA Player of the Year. He definitely deserves it last season, doesn't he? He was top. He won the Golden Boot. I think he got more assists than anyone else, more goals than anyone else, and Liverpool won the league. You know, like if Liverpool had gone deeper in the Champions League, I feel like Salah would be a really good shout for the Ballon d'Or. You know, I know he tailed off a little bit towards the end of the season, but Liverpool were out of the Champions League as well. You know, so if they'd have made it a touch further and he'd have scored a few more goals or whatever, I think he might have actually had a chance. I don't think he probably ever will have a chance now, but you need to make moments to win the Ballon d'Or. You need to score in a Champions League final, or you need to score the goals that win the team, the league and the Champions League or whatever. You know, it's more about moments than consistency. Which is why Declan Rice is one of the front runners. Declan Rice is an absolute quality player, but he's there because of those two goals, those two free kicks in the same game. You know, that's why he's there at the moment. Do you just go on clothes with light mods, like weapons and clothes and nothing else? The Pig Show, well, I'm playing experimental at the moment. This is an official server. This is vanilla. I'm testing the new patch just to see how it is. So this is completely vanilla. I do prefer lightly modded servers, but a lot of the servers I play on have like some extra guns and a few things, but quite light, not crazy modded. Seems to be quite a lot of scopes. I didn't kill that, did I? So somebody else has left it just before I got here and we're getting sloppy second loot. Team of the year was Van Dijk, Maka, Sells, Saliba, Gabriel, Kirkes, Gravenberch, Rice, Salah, Isak and Wood. Interesting. Honestly, don't normally go a bundle for giving a shit who wins most of the awards. It was quite interesting to see who would win the awards when it was between Ronaldo and Messi, because that rivalry was kind of cool, but I can't honestly say I really give a shit, personally. It'd be great if like Salah won it for this season coming, or Florian Wirtz won it or something, or whoever. It'd be great for that because it means Liverpool have won a load of shit, but... When you were at the tents, you thought you heard a distant zombie aggro. Maybe you did. Maybe you heard that, yeah. Actually found a box of rounds and I haven't loaded them in the tundra, which is a mistake. Not liking the fact that I've got absolutely no vest. I never went to the police station or the prison island where I'd normally go, so we're kind of lacking in the vest department. So somebody was here within 6 minutes. That dead zombie by the side there was killed recent enough. Do you think Daniel Dubois should fight Moses Atoma? I do not yet know. From Daniel Dubois' perspective, I think Moses Atoma would beat him. I think Daniel Dubois is probably better off fighting maybe Joseph Parker for a vacant WBO belt. If there's talk that Usyk might have to vacate a belt, he should probably fight for that. Because I think if he fights Atoma, he's just found somebody else he's not likely to beat. So no, I probably think he shouldn't. Plandias, thank you very much for the support. I really appreciate it. Cheers for the gifted subs. That's really kind. One man down. Terrorist I didn't know I needed. Dude, thank you. Sorry it took me 10 minutes or so to see that, dude. Thank you. Sorry, Wolfie. I was too busy waxing lyrical. There's a Gorky bars already in me. Plandias, thank you for the support, dude. Thank you. Itoma looks the real deal. It's possible that he looks the real deal now, but when he fights Dubois, or when he fights Joseph Parker, or if he were to fight Usyk, he may not look like the real deal anymore. That does happen sometimes with the up-and-comers. They can look absolutely amazing until they fight someone that's capable of really hitting them back. But with Itoma, it looks like he's going to be world it looks like he's going to be world champion and not too far away. Could he have come this way? Because that's the paper there. We could potentially be right behind this dude. He might be going the same way as us. That could be somebody else 3 hours ago, but it gives me some hope. drop paper. Those gloves were dropped as well, so the dude must have got better gloves. Tell you what, it'd be absolutely amazing if there's a convoy here, because if there was and then we were tracking this dude, we would catch him up at the convoy. Looks to me like there's no convoy, unfortunately. Checking the pond for stashes. I'm not gonna, because I'm still hopeful we might be able to find the guy that I think might be in front. I'm going to try and just speed run towards the hunting stands, and maybe we might pick them up perhaps at the summer camp in the north, or possibly in that little village that we're heading towards. Severe, I think it's called. But I'm not going to fuck around looking for stashes in the lake, especially since Experimental was wiped before it came up, so it's only been up for like 4 or 5 days. I don't think it's worth it. How long have I been on? Huxker, I had a crash and it reset the stream, so I started about 2:05, so 7.5 hours roughly. The streams have been longer lately, haven't they? I have to say, like, the streams have been longer thanks to Thrive Meal Prep, you know? Like, again, I'm not sponsored, so there's no money being made here by me. Aside from the fact that eating that food allows me to stream a bit later, which in turn probably means I make a tiny bit more money, but yeah, I've been streaming quite long streams the last few weeks because I'm not stopping the stream to make something that's different than the same crap I'm having every day for food. What did I have today? It was it was a char grilled beef burger without a bun. So it was just a really nice seasoned beef burger with corn pickle, potato like chunks, squares, whatever. There weren't wedges, but similar kind of thing, a little bit of skin on them. And then some peppers and some onions and some veg. But it was flavoured with some spice and some whatever it had. I don't know what spices it was. It was quite mild, but it tasted really good. I've not had a single one of those meals yet that was bad, which I think is really stunningly good. I saw the other day you had 14k viewers. Yeah, Lady Valkyrie, YouTube does this weird thing. It did it yesterday. Sometimes YouTube's algorithm puts AFK viewers effectively into streams. It's been happening to me twice a week, something like that, lately. So, like, people that fall asleep watching their phone, they get auto-played into other videos or whatever. Quite often the algorithm sends them towards my stream and other streamers as well, like Fresh Spawns and whatnot. So sometimes the views look artificially high. Have I had any repeat meals? Only one so far. This is the 4th week. Now, I can't honestly remember the 3 meals I've got left from this week yet. But I'm on the 4th week of doing it. And I've only had... It was like a spaghetti meatballs thing, but the spaghetti was made of something that was gluten-free, and it tasted good. That's the only time I've had a repeat. And in 4 weeks, that means I've had 28 meals, and 27 of them have been different. Well, not true, actually. No, that's right. 26 have been different, and I had 27 different meals out of 28, basically, which I think is very good. How much is it per meal? It works. Some of them are about £6.50. Some of them are £7. It works out at £50 to £55 a month. Sorry, a week. I wish it was a month. A week. And I'm not trying to say everyone should have this. It's not right for everyone. You know, if you've got the time to prep your own meals, fair play. I'm having 6 evening meals and 1 lunch effectively. So it caters for my evening meals for pretty much the whole week for just over 50 quid, £55-ish. But I don't have any available time for meal prep. I'm living in a house on my own and I'm trying to keep everything on. And I had people coming and people like working stuff out and doing things for your mum or whatever it might be. But I've got no more space for anything else unless I start cutting stuff that I'm doing for like streaming or videos or whatever. So this just means I can not have to stop the stream early because I'm miserable about the same crap I've got to eat. Winnie's, it's called Thrive, F-R-I-V-E, but they only supply to the UK. They're the UK's equivalent of Factor, I think, in America land. I keep saying this, but at some point I'm probably going to try and get an affiliate link because I genuinely like them. I think they've been really good for me. But if you're single and you're fed up of eating the same old shit and you don't have the time to do a load of prep for your own food, then the only thing is you probably really want to be doing it if you're trying to shift a bit of weight because the meals are quite small portions. They're 600 calories-ish, and if you've got like a normal dinner plate, it's going to be like in the middle of the plate, about half the size of a portion of like. It's smaller than I would have had if I was making it myself, but that's kind of good if you're trying to lose weight, you know. The YouTube algorithm is so weird lately. I've been seeing Waterworld shorts for some reason. Holy shit. They do need shorts in Waterworld though, don't they? They're always swimming, them fuckers. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Bad joke. Uh, 600 calorie meal for a person not with dietary restrictions I don't feel like is the best. Well, easy, you've not tried it, so I don't know. Like, they have all sorts of options. You don't have, like, I've chosen to, like, when you go on it, you can say to them, why are you using us? So I've picked 3 things, which was convenience, weight loss, and I think something to do with protein. So the meals I get are all tied to being 600 calories. They're all around 50 grams of protein, which I think all of them are. And I picked the other one I picked no fish based ones because I don't want any fish. I'd rather have like meat or veg or whatever. But you don't have to pick like and obviously I could pick gluten free as well, so I get nothing that's got gluten in. 600 calories is pretty good. It really depends what you're looking to do though. I don't know if there's different sizes, easy, but I seriously doubt they're meals for one, so they're going to be a meal for one. If you want to be having some kind of 12 or 1300 calorie wonder, then it's probably not the thing you want. Did I load the shotgun? No, I didn't, because I've got slugs, so there's absolutely no point. I'm actually going to drop it. There's no point putting a single slug in a shotgun when I've got a 308 firing Tundra that fires a more powerful round, you know. I haven't seen the Isaac statement. What's he said now? I'm gonna go to Liverpool, you bastards. What's he said? I didn't know he'd made a statement, Mario. Mario, thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you. I don't think Isaac is necessarily helping himself if he's making statements. If he wants to put in a transfer request, maybe that might help, but normally the players won't do that because they're on like like bonuses if they don't. He won't train with Newcastle. Fuck me. Saying there's been a broken promise. Well, there probably has. He probably feels annoyed, but he's basically just trying to make a move now, isn't he? He's trying to construct a situation where he gets his move. I don't know. I think he's probably going a bit far. The irony is, though, you've got Newcastle after, what's his name, that other player who's doing the same thing, Wisser. Wisser's doing the same thing to try and manufacture a move to Newcastle. Maybe not quite so loudly, but similar kind of stuff, you know. Why keep the slugs and drop the shotgun? Because I might find an R12 and then I'd probably want it. I hope Liverpool sign Gahey, yeah. I've always liked football, yeah. I liked football when I was a kid. I used to like playing football loads easy. I was never any good, but when I was at school, I used to play football every lunch, every break. I used to... When we were at school, like the group I was with, we were the football group, right? And we used to do our own fantasy football leagues and stuff. This is back in the day before they used to do it, like before the Sun even did one. Like they did a fantasy football league on the TV with Frank Skinner and David Baddiel. They kind of came up with fantasy football, really. They used to start it with like a real world auction and stuff, from what I remember. I don't remember the show at all now. But we did our own auction, and we did the whole thing and ran it the whole season and stuff. I started the season with an Andy Sutton, because in that you can't... the way we did it, no one could have the same player. It was a proper auction, and we were bidding against each other. And my forward line was Andy Cole and Chris Sutton. And I thought I'd done really well, and I really did think I'd done well. And Andy Cole wasn't scoring very many, so I sold him, and then he scored 5 goals against Ipswich. The week I sold him, and then on the weekend, I think United beat Ipswich 9-0, and Andy Cole scored 5 goals. Absolutely fucking gutted. That's the worst mistake I ever made in that game. Fucking hell. D-Style, I'm afraid you won't get me with a low-tier troll about the name of the sport. You know, it's not going to work, dude. I've seen that too many times. Your cup arrived and it was smashed. Oh, that sucks, Funeral Face. Hopefully there's something, there's some recourse. There should be, I hope. Right, I'm going to stop looting. I'm trying to catch up with this dude. Oh, there's a base. I may have already overtaken the dude. Yeah, I'm not even reading that sloth dad, sorry. Obviously I have read it, and now I wish I hadn't. Have I seen Black Bag? Yeah, it was pretty decent, actually. Do you know what? I'd forgotten I'd seen that. I saw... What was that film with Robert Pattinson, where Mickey 17? I saw Mickey 17. I actually went and saw it. I was still living with my... I was going to say I was still living with my ex. I think I was staying at my mum's and streaming from my old house. And I went and watched 2 films at the cinema on my own because I just needed to just like get out. I don't like, it's better than staying at my mum's or whatever, like just to get a bit of space. And I watched Black Bag and Mickey 17 back to back. Black Bag was way better. Mickey 17, I really wanted it to be good, but it really was kind of average. But Black Bag was decent. It was quite short, quite snappy, quite good, suspenseful. It was pretty good. I thought Mickey 17 was kind of average. I know a few people are really liking it in the chat. It was a good idea. I just thought it was a bit average, you know, maybe. Matt Schaefer, yeah, I know, but nobody cares, dude. Who cares? We don't call it soccer over here now, you know, like you're literally trying to suggest that, like the word colour is spelt with a U and it originated in England, but I'm not going to argue that in America you spell it without it. I understand it's changed and I don't really give a shit, you know. Who cares? Oh yeah, the canteen, good shout. How much do cinema tickets cost in the UK? It can vary a little bit depending on the time you're going, the day. Saturdays see more money. I think they're like $13.99 for an adult ticket. They ain't cheap. $13.99 for an adult ticket if you want to go on like a Saturday afternoon. Black Bag is, it's kind of spy stuff. It's, what the fuck is his name? Why can't I remember his name? The dude out of Prometheus, and he played Magneto in the modern X-Men. What's that guy's name? Him. He's in it, and him and his missus are spies, and he basically gets information about his missus. This is not really a spoiler; it'll be in the trailer. He gets information about his missus, that his missus is up to no good, and it looks like she might be really evil and things are bad, and then the whole film's like, are they working together or are they against each other, and like shit's like, it's a bit like intrigue and kind of like working out who's good and who's bad, or whether they're together on it or whether they're actually enemies or whatever. But it's basically like a spy kind of shit with a little bit of someone's a bad apple, who is it? It's a bit like Mr. and Mrs. but grown up. It's not action, it's more suspense. Michael Fassbender was the name. Well done, yeah. I'm terrible with names. Redbreast is good. Sazerac is great. I don't even know what Sazerac is. What's Sazerac? Redbreast is amazing, by the way, depending on which one you get. But most of them are really quite good. I might keep that, even though the other one wasn't damaged. At least it's got a single red shell in it. It's more worthwhile, I think. Do you talk about the cheater problem with the devs in Prague? Cold, they know about the cheater problem. It will have come up, I'm sure. But the cheating problem in DayZ hasn't been fixed because... It's not been fixed because the devs don't know about it, dude. They know there's a problem. They do the best they can, but it's a constant problem for nearly every game, you know. It's just a constant battle to try and work out what the cheats are, try and close them down, try and get the people banned, and then more cheats spring up. It's not like there's cheats in DayZ and the devs don't do anything. There's cheats in DayZ and they get mitigated and then they get tweaked to carry on working, and it's a constant battle between people selling cheats to make the game, to make money off the game, and the people making the game trying to close down the cheats. So they won't outwardly talk about cheats very much, but that doesn't mean that they don't know it exists, dude. It's just that it's never going to go away. Being invited on a trip by someone and then criticising someone for allowing cheats would be so rude. Well, you'd have to be a complete idiot to say that they're allowing cheats. I did talk about things that I thought weren't perfect in the game when I went to Prague, but that doesn't mean I don't respect the developers. You can offer criticism in a constructive way. There's nothing wrong with that. And you can also disagree, because just like the one that I'm the most passionate about is the spawn system. I did talk to Sumrek about it. I made a joke about it, probably way too many times in a way. But it was a joke, and I understand that Sumrek, who makes the decisions, feels differently on it than I do. But equally, I feel like in the long term he might change his mind, or maybe I might, but I doubt it, you know. Where it becomes rude is when people say it like people like to say the devs are so lazy they don't fix cheating, when in fact they just don't actually understand really how it really is, you know. There's a really interesting podcast slash thing, like there's a recording out there of Eugen Harten, who was the person that ran DayZ before Samrak, talking about all the things he did to try and close down cheats and all of the work that they did, and how that at Bohemia they have a PC that is on a completely different system, like internet system, than every other PC, so that they can go and buy the cheats and try and investigate how they work, and if they happen to be getting DDoSed on that, it's not going to affect the entire studio. And all of the different things they had to do to like go around like actively buying cheats and working out what they are and how they work, and then the fact that the cheaters work out that they're doing it, and then they're getting DDoSed and they're getting threats and they're getting things like the challenge and the to's and fro's that actually go on is way more complex than an average gamer going, wow, I got killed by a cheat. Understands, you know, it's a lot more complex than the devs lazy don't fix. Total Meltdown, dude, thank you very much for the support. Thank you. What map are me and the Freshborns playing tomorrow? I think we're going to do P&W, so it won't be experimental. I really enjoyed Sakhal experimental, but I think I've probably done enough of it now, you know, so I wanted to do Chernarus on this. We're doing Chernarus experimental right now, and I think it's worthwhile because I wanted to see how the loot is. I think if it's changed, it's mostly military because everything else seems the same. Vinzor, yeah, Mario was just saying about it, so I didn't see it, but Mario's just mentioned it and we've been talking about it a little bit. I honestly think that footballers should be not such two-faced pussies in as far as he makes this statement talking about just put in a fucking transfer request and man up, you know. They are so like, oh, I don't want to put in a transfer request, I'll lose my loyalty bonus. Like, just put in a transfer request, a proper one. Like, do it properly. Just put out a statement saying, I was made promises and they've not come to fruition, so I put in a transfer request. The end. You know, stop all this fucking pussyfooting around and saying, I'm gonna shake my fucking baby rattle and I won't play with my friends. I'm taking my ball home. You know. And like just, if you want to leave a company, resign, you know. Like, I know you can't, it's not quite the same because he has a contract, but put in an official transfer request and lose your fucking bonuses. Stop being a dick, you're a rich person, you know. I think they sound better colour red. I'm not sure about how they are at range yet. I've not played enough. On 128 the new gun sounds are too quiet at range. I don't know how 129 is yet. Like, the guns sound too quiet. They can be 500 metres away. They sound like they're 2 kilometres away, you know. Man, I can't handle the soccer talk. Dude, if you don't like a subject in the stream, it's okay, but you don't have to leave with a barb. You can just leave, you know. It's okay to just be like, actually, stream's not for me right now. I'll come back another day. Rather than telling us. It's a little bit like the metaphorical door slam, you know. Just go. It's okay. Lots of doors closed. Shut. Managed to hit me in the back through a closed door. I'm not finding a great deal here. I know it's only been 2 sheds so far, but not amazing. I think someone's been here recently. I have a funny feeling there might be a... yeah, I've got a funny feeling we might come across a bear trap or something, just because every single door is closed. It's got bear trap written all over it. I don't think it spawned this way. I think someone's left it this way. Recently. Unfortunately, I still have to check it, because if they already had a scope, they won't take another scope, will they? So, I need to check these. I think our dude that we've been following the whole time has probably been here. So goalkeepers are one way. So can we talk about the pedestrianisation of Norwich city centre? Right, Alan. a disgrace. Good job I cleared that with a Zagorki bar in my hand. What's the Zagorki bar? It's a crunchy peanut bar or a chocolate bar. It's confectionery most foul. What have they done to Norwich? It's from a TV show called well, it's Alan Partridge, a TV character. It's not. It's just a line from him. He's always going on about the pedestrianisation of Norwich city centre, but it's from like 20 years ago, dude. So I'm only closing all the doors in case whoever did it, for whatever reason, came back to Overwatch and half of the doors were open. They'd know exactly where I was. So I'm trying to hide my tracks a little. Yeah, the saying is from the old Milky Bar Kid adverts from years and years ago. I think the real problem about Norwich City Centre right now is that the St Andrews car park's toilets are permanently closed because they're too lazy to keep them kept. They don't open them because a couple of people vandalise them, so now everyone has to shit themselves that parks their car in. You drive maybe 2 hours to Norwich, and then you park in a car park. Oh, thank God I can go to the loo, and then they're fucking shut. What a disgrace. Norwich does seem to be like a one-loo town, yeah. I really don't feel like recalling the story, but I did have... There are benefits to that toilet being open. That's my least favourite toilet in the entire world. St Andrews car park, public toilets. Because that was the one where I was kind of needing a number 2. And I finally got to where I was going. And then I went for my number 2. I was in a bit of a hurry. And then realised afterwards that there was no paper. The most horrific quandary I've been in many a year. No paper. No paper, and I've already done the beeswax before I realise. So there's two traps, so I checked the other trap. No paper. Oh my God. Take the compass. I don't need a compass, bug zapper. I ain't need no compass, buh. Eight different types of Scotch egg topper. That sounds majestic. Did I have to go commando? No, I very carefully walked up the road to a coffee shop and then bought a coffee, got the code to the loo and went again, basically. That's the... a lot of people in the chat went, so you went sockless. I didn't think about that at the time. Thankfully, we don't really need to get into details here, but I got lucky, you know. Sometimes when you do your business... it's like it just falls straight out, you know, and there's not much left behind, you know. Sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes you need half a roll of toilet roll, you know. It's just the way she goes, you know. Thankfully, it wasn't a half a roll day. Thankfully, it was one of those where you're kind of like, did I even go? I thought I did. I did see the gas before. I didn't think it was here. At least you can see it. Apparently they've fixed the bug where you can't see the gas. That's a lot of gas, isn't it? A ghosty. Yeah, I've not heard that term, but I believe you. Well, buying a coffee having already shit your pants, that's a bit backwards. I didn't shit my pants. However, that really irks me. You know, they do that a lot in London, and I understand why. But the fact that you have to buy the drink in order to use the loo, I understand that the toilets are for paying customers, right? But nonetheless, what if you're like the queue's a bit big and you're going to piss yourself? Come on, just let us have a piss and then I'll come and buy the coffee, I promise. I have my own silly rules on these things anyway, so if I use a loo in a cafe or something, I'll always buy something, even if I'm not thirsty. Because I don't want to just walk in, use the loo and walk out. I'm too self-conscious for that shit. I can't do it. You made it sound much worse when it... Well, it was terrible on Gorf, but obviously it's not as... looking back now, it's kind of funny. But when it was the day after, it was horrific, dude. That's the way these things are, though. Don't you know that, right? Like, when I told that story the first time, it had probably happened yesterday. And I was reliving a horrific moment, whereas now it's fucking hilarious because it was long enough ago that I can't really remember. Do you know what I mean? It's a very different thing, you know? If you break your leg or something, it's terrible when you do it. It's terrible the next day, but when you look at it 3 years later or something, it's probably it doesn't feel quite so bad anymore, you know? That's just the way it is. Time's a great healer. Any good tips to go to be very careful with your phone. What the fuck was that? Sounded like what did that even sound like? It sounded like a petrol pump blowing up or something. I don't think they're wanted here, DJ, dude. No. It sounded like a gas station. I don't even know where the nearest gas station is. Is there one maybe at the dam? I can't remember. I've had 3 cups of tea this stream, but I'm getting a bit parched. Time to move. God almighty, we're finding a lot of these, aren't we? Coffee buzzer, mate. I remember in the pandemic I had to go to work, 30-minute tram, 20-minute walk, and when I got to the tram I already was carving shit. I cannot stress how relieving it was to sit on a toilet at work after those 50 minutes. I thought it had barely got there. Jeez, that was awful. Yeah, that's not great. I don't get that very often as an adult, thankfully. But sometimes you don't need to go, and then you're on a train that's an hour long, and you do. Strangely enough, there was a grandma with 2 kids going to London on the train. The train I got to go to Chelmsford was going south on the train line to London, and she got her kids sat down, or her grandkids, whatever, sat down, and she's like, "Right, stay here. I've just got to nip to the loo." She came back and went, "Well, that was absolutely disgusting." I don't think she was very very pleased with the greater angle toilet quality. Well, that was disgusting. That was more entertaining than the guy in front. Like I did talk about it earlier. he was on the phone for 20 minutes to his wife or his girlfriend, like talking about how he wasn't trying to avoid seeing her family. He was brilliant. I don't know how he could do it. He was talking like he was having a business meeting. He was talking to his wife, and he's like, no, actually, you're just assuming. You're putting words into my mouth. You're assuming that that's what I mean, but it's not. I'm really motivated to try and spend time with you and your family. But in this case, it's like it was like he was a lawyer dissecting an argument or something. Like, if I tried to talk like that, I'd get my knackers chopped off for definite, even over the phone somehow. I don't know how he did it, you know, like, it seemed like he was having a reasonable debate/discussion. I didn't at any point hear the person on the other side of the phone start going, which I couldn't believe. Sorry, Donny. You lost your race, eh? Blimey. Cthulhu, hello. Have I heard Crazy Chris was a streamer called Crazy Patty, and he came into the stream a couple of times after that day, but I don't think I've seen. I don't know if he's streamed or not for a while. I don't think he's streamed in a long time, so no, I've not seen him since. Saw him in the chat a handful of times, maybe. Do you know what, Roosless? I've never had a kidney stone, but you're the second person to talk about passing them. You're the second guy to talk about having to pass them today. And I came up with an ingenious idea that if I get kidney stones, I'm going to turn them into jewellery and sell them. Anyway, let's not go back to that. Dude, you passed a 6mm diameter one. With a lodged stone that was 6mm in diameter. I've never felt pain like that before. Fuck that, dude. I'm glad you got it through. $6mm. That probably just feel it might as well be a fucking bullet or something at 6mm. How have I not got a vest yet? Guess I've only gone to hunting areas, I suppose. I guess with the vest in mind, let's go across and go towards the military base. I was heading towards the castle, but the castle's going to be less positive for me right now than the millie base, I think. Let's do the millie base. Oh, there was a military train here and it's just despawned. What do we got? We could get a vest if we were lucky. Fucking crap. We could get a vest. It's not the vest we want, but at least we'll get a vest for more space. Crap, but I need it, which means I'm in not the best of states. More crap, let's take it. Crap, floating crap. More crap. Fuck me, how many of them do I need? Crap. Mediocre. Crap. Yep. All the loot's still here. The train must only just have gone. PU scope, that's pretty good. Shame I don't need it. Crap. Worst military train that didn't exist anyway ever. Ah, oh, that's a good throw. I missed a grenade, did I? Oh well, I missed it. I'm not going back. I'm sure I did miss one then, but I'm not going back. I can't be bothered. I much prefer smoke grenades anyway. They're obviously better. A grenade would be okay, but I just can't be bothered to go back. I threw the green thing and now I'm going this way. Do I play anything else off stream? I don't play anything much gaming wise except for when I'm streaming, Sonny. I tend to want to chill out, and if I'm wanting to do something relaxing at home, I watch a film or a TV series or whatever. You know, I don't really want to do PC games because this room is for streaming and YouTube. You know, I really love what I do. I love DayZ. It's my favourite game, but this room it's more like my study, if you like. And if I'm not streaming or I'm not doing stuff like tomorrow morning, I've got to watch an edit for a video that's going to come out on Saturday. You know, if I'm not in this room doing stuff like that, I'm not in this room. You know, I want to be out and like taking my mind off shit, doing other stuff. So there was a mushroom there, which might imply that somebody else is around. I still wonder if we're kind of half behind the dude that we've been following the whole time. You know, that the summer camp had been looted before us. There was a dead zombie at the military base. We've found drop loot on the way, like mushroom just there. I'm surprised that we've... Maybe it could be completely different players and unrelated, but it does feel like I've been following someone for ages. Last best film you watched? I didn't say I remembered the films. I like 28 Years Later at the cinema. That's probably the last one I saw at the cinema that I liked. 28 Years Later was good. I've mostly been rewatching kind of old films I've already seen more lately. I've not seen anything much on stream stuff that I can... I think it's been mostly TV shows. I'm watching Depth Q at the moment, which is really, really good. I was rewatching Game of Thrones, but I kind of stopped. I've not seen Fantastic Four, no. It's drivable. That's got all the stuff. I might have a go with that in a minute. I was hoping we might get a plate carrier, but I'm thinking we're probably not going to get one. Marksman scope, that's pretty good. You can get SV98s here, that would be amazing. Mind you saying that, I've already got a Tundra with a scope, so I really don't need the SV98. Oops, I really mean to jump there. I didn't think the ending of 28 Years Later was terrible. I don't really know what the issue is.
Happy to be here. Best of luck to you.
I don't know. I don't really want to go into its specifics, but just because of what they were wearing, I think some people are finding it a bit weird somehow, if you're British anyway. But I don't think... It's a fictional thing, though. I think it's no big deal. I thought the ending was kind of cool. They kind of... the kind of people in the ending were in it a little earlier, let's say, or much earlier, let's say. I don't think it was that weird in it, or kind of strange or anything. I thought it was okay. There were bits in that film that I thought were a bit over the top or a bit kind of stupidly ridiculous, or that the story was a bit thin. But that, to me, wasn't one of them. Fuck. Damn you. He's going to the edge of the map there. He's nowhere to go. I was waiting for him to stop, and then it looked like he'd seen me, so I fired. I wish I'd waited. I had no stamina as he was going up the hill there. The shot as he was driving away was pretty fucking close, but not close enough. Like, where's he going to go at the end of the map? I guess he could get to the edge of the map and then try to drive it, but I don't think that would be very smart. Yes! I saw blood. Right, let's hope he's got some kind of secondary. I can't even remember what I was looking for now. An SKS would be nice. Plate carrier. Very nice. Can I put that on like that? Yeah, I can. I thought I could. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, it's a front there. Yeah, it had to be the right door. That's no good, that one. The only reason I'm doing this is that I know this one doesn't need fuel, or it doesn't need water. It's already got it. I have seen the gun as well, by the way. I probably will take that shotgun. I'm sure someone's been spamming it. This must be the gun that the dude had in his hand. He doesn't have a Vicky, no, he has an Orgay 1. But unfortunately, the Orgay one has no mag. I was right though, he had nowhere to go, did he? So he had to come back down the road. Now I'm probably going to get my karma and get my bullet, my brain shot out. Kind of cool that you can push the... Oh fuck, that's not good. Right, I can push the car a bit, but not enough.
When driving Prey Sprint, it gives the car a boost.
I know that you can press shift to make the car go quicker, dude. I've been playing the game for a while, believe it or not. Just for the support, dude. Sorry for the sarcastic reply, but I do know, yeah. It's maybe a good tip for other people, though, to be fair. Cheers for the support, Clean. Press W to move forward. We've not got loads of fuel, but that's enough. We're going to the airfield. We don't need too much fuel. I've used the cars over the years, Easy. They are better now than they used to be, for sure. Clean. Cheers for the remembering, dude. Thank you. This is actually a road you can really go quick on, but then you can really get killed on as well. If you just make a mistake and you end up in the trees, you die. Like, if I hit that tree, I die. Oh, it's wolves. I thought it was a dude. Sam, thank you very much for the resub as well, dude. Thank you. Can you do an epic drift? No, I can't do an epic drift. Apparently drifting is easier to do now, but I haven't quite worked it out. I know you can press spacebar for the handbrake, but I ain't really done a great deal of the drifting attempts yet. This is front wheel drive, I think, isn't it? Yeah. You can still do like a handbrake turn, which is not a drift, but I believe you can do like a handbrake turn. there is a turn along here that always gets you. It's actually after, this is Lopatino, it's after Lopatino. Between Lopatino and Fireball. Have I got a leather kit? I don't think I've fixed the vest, have I? I think I've got a leather kit and I haven't fixed the vest. What do I drive in real life? Probably nothing much different to you in terms of what you're saying there, Adam. I drive a Model Y long range, which is very fast and very fun for a big kind of family-ish car. You know. Well, it's big by UK standards. It might not be big in America land. I'm kind of thinking I'm gonna when it's up for renewal, I might get something different. Like I don't know what yet though. No, it's not till next year. What's the fastest you've driven in DayZ? I don't know, 156-ish, something like that, I don't know. I've probably driven quicker than that in some really quirky way downhill over the years, but I don't really know. This is the bend that breaks your car, this one. There's a barrier on the other side, and when you're going this way, you can really fuck it up.
How's it going?
Pretty good, Cerner. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. So I've only got 2 kills so far on this Chernarus server, right? But both of them have been vehicle kills. I shot a guy out of a boat and couldn't loot him, and then I shot a guy out of a car. What other vehicles are there? I think that's it, isn't there? There's no more shooting out of vehicles to be done. We've done the 2.
Watch out for curbs, bro. Here's some plans to help my arm.
Let's not curb it. I won't be able to get roadside assistance here so easy. Cheers for the support, Slap, dude. Thank you. I kind of want to loot that, but first let's do a. It's experimental, right? No one's going to be cool enough to shoot me out of a car at a military base. Everyone knows it's experimental. You just let people explore and test the patch when it's experimental. You don't shoot people driving cars. I would never do it. see how we go. Warp speed! You can't actually go as quick as you might think on this airfield. You kind of run out of steam. You run out of space. Oh, it wasn't the main turn at the end, actually. Like a glove. Right. Exactly what I meant to do, see? I don't know what gear I'm in there. Fucking dead. Lone Ranger, I don't talk about my earnings, dude. I kind of keep that to myself. I'm not really judging. People ask me sometimes, but to me it's a bit like going to the doctor and while they're checking your ball sack to see if that growth is normal or not, you go, excuse me doc, what's your hourly rate? You know, it's just my business, you know, like I don't know, like it's also a little bit like I don't know, if you take comedians, you know, somebody like Ricky Gervais is going to be a gazillionaire like Dave Chappelle or whatever. But then you've also got a jobbing comedian working on a Friday night for like £20 a night or something, you know, and the reality is streaming is like that. I'm not Dave Chappelle or Ricky Gervais, but I'm not the jobbing comedian either, you know, like I'm somewhere in the middle, I guess, I don't know. I'm doing pretty well though. I'm very pleased with how things are going. I'm only like I'm a full-time streamer and YouTuber. That's what I've been doing for like 9 years. It's going pretty well. Seem to have any light bulbs. Still, the dash looks good. Right, I'm going to actually loot these pallets this time. Oh my god, that's a fucking mag for the gun the guy had. The Orgay one isn't... It's loud, isn't it? The Orgay one isn't great, but it ain't terrible. I'm not going back to get it though, fuck that. Oh, I put it in the trunk, didn't I? You're right, I did. I was smart for once. I was smart. I was like, I'll put that in the trunk in case I need it. And then I forgot that I was smart because I just assumed I was stupid, you know. I did put it in the trunk. You're right. Okay, well, that's good then. I'm not sure how many bullets I've got, but that's all right. I have no more bullets. I did put it in the trunk. For a second I was doubting you. fuel. We've got enough. We could do laps of the airfield until I got brained and I wouldn't run out of fuel, I reckon. Of course, I might crash it. There's a distinct possibility that I might crash it, though. That was a bit of a handbrake and turn attempt. As was that. Go there, you fucker. Right. Oh, it has got lights. It's just not dark enough to actually see the lights doing anything. Praise the Lord. I love the light. Right, these tents here are tier 4 loot, so we're just going to quickly check them. Don't dazzle. Dip your headlights. Makes up for that grenade I missed before. Definitely seems to be lower on assault rifles. Normally here you'll get an assault rifle, normally. Not always, but none at the moment. Oh, the lights are doing something now as well. Let me put the camera on. Let's have some gammon. Ben, thank you very much for the support.
Yeah.
Edgar, mind the cat.
Nearly
Oh, dude, Edgar, thank you for the very long resub. Hope you're good, man. Slap, Cern, thank you very much for the support, guys. I'm on experimental Chernarus. Does anyone know what the server problem is? And I just killed the guy driving the car. God, look, did you see? Whoa! Did you see that? You don't look happy. He's like Han Solo, frozen in airfield. Put your hands up. Come on. Let's find the 556 rounds. There's not much here, is there? This is tier 4 loot. There's a helmet for NVGs. I might as well take it. I don't need the head torch. I don't need the NVGs, but I don't need the head torch. We're not getting dark nights, are we? So... right. So I would expect to find here somewhere an AK-74 or an AKM maybe. Like you could get that on regular Chernarus, but they're meant to have made the military weapons a touch harder to find. So I guess we'll see. Not many zombies. Just thought tents at the ATC. No, Wobo's video is the one that taught me. It's the tents and here. It's tier 4 as per Wobo. I didn't kill that, did I? I didn't kill that one, somebody else did. There's the AKM, look, so it's still find them. Yeah, the dude that killed that probably has gone up towards Bash. Yeah, that's probably true. That probably means that he was around here while I was driving around the airfield though, doesn't it? Because the zombie will only last 6 minutes. Why the fuck didn't he come and shoot me out the car? Maybe he's just not a cool one. NVGs in your shirt, 5.56 mag in your pouches. What? Fucking hell, the dude had NVGs. I didn't even know. I just grabbed the loot. Holy fuck, I genuinely didn't know. Okay. A 5.56 mag. Yeah, dude, you know what you're doing. You should play DayZ. Where did that go? I don't think I've got a battery, have I? Have I got anything with a battery in it? Nope. There wasn't a battery in the head torch I dropped either. Oh, that's a shame. How'd you get into experimental servers? On Concord, you just, like, experimental on Steam is effectively a separate game. So you have to go into Steam and download DayZ Experimental the game. You can play experimental on Xbox as well, of course, but you were saying not to stalk you, so I presumed you meant PC. Ah, fuck me, I'm mega bugged. The server pop, right? There's 30 people in it. That's not terrible. It's not massively popped, but and we know there's somebody up ahead, so I might as well just run up to Bash or drive up to Bash. Oh well, I've just had exactly that, Big Cat. I've just had exactly that. First time you just said any issues, I couldn't do this. I just tried to load that mag and it wouldn't let me do it. Why am I playing experimental? Because it's, well, I've been playing Sakhal. Experimental is a cool thing to try to see what's coming with the changes in the game, how it is, potentially feedback and stuff, but also they're meant to have changed on Chernarus. They're meant to have changed the loot economy, so I'm trying to see how it is. So far, so good, you know, it's okay. So I logged out with the org in my hands. Now I don't have the org in my hands, you know, so I was hand state bugged. Oh, sorry guys. Yeah, that's the second time I've done that today, about the fifth time I've done it this week. These longer streams, right, they're good, but they make me make even more mistakes. You didn't miss a lot, I loaded my mag. Oh shit. Should I not be able to move over? I'm a bit stuck, I can't get the door open. But I should be able to slide to the other seat, shouldn't I? Oh, it's left trigger. That's why I can't do it. Right, I think that's the end of that chapter. I was very much looking forward to driving down the hill. I think it is in gear. Oh, fuck me dead. Kicked off the game server, shutting down. Do you know what, guys? I think that's time. We're just going to leave it. I had some fun driving around. I drove up there expecting to get killed by the dude that killed the zombie, and he didn't kill me, so maybe he logged out at night time. I think it was in gear, so it wouldn't have pushed anyway. You're right. You need to not be in gear. Right, that's it. Allsmack, thank you for the bits. Mozzie, Vemir, Ben, thank you very much for the support as well. I think I could have pushed it further forward if it wasn't in gear. I think that's a good shout. I'd forgotten that. But guys, that's it from me. Another stream done. I know it might say I've been on 4 hours, but I've actually been on nearly 9 hours, which is pretty good, I think. Thanks a lot for coming in. I enjoyed the stream. It was great. That Sakhal character was absolutely amazing. Died eventually to third-person camping fucks. But it was a great run. And Chernarus was pretty fun too, you know. My AKM is in the back. I don't care, dude. Who cares? I probably won't play experimental again for weeks or months now anyway, you know, so it doesn't matter. I'm going to be playing tomorrow. It's the last stream before I'm on holiday, so I'm off now after tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow, and then I'm not back until Monday, the 1st of September. So I'm teaming up with the Fresh Spawns tomorrow. I'll be on just after lunch. I think we're going to do P&W. And then after that, I'm offed. So have a good rest of the day. Thanks for coming in. Hope you have a good evening, and I'll catch you again tomorrow. Take it easy, guys. Have a good one. Love you. Bye.